Hello everybody, welcome back to the VGC stream. Maybe you recognize him. Alongside me today we got Lee Provost, also known as Osiris. He's a very well-known international Pokemon player. He ended up in Top Cut last year at World Championships. I'm very proud he wants to commentate with me. We are going to see the match Barish Akshos, also known as Billa, versus Matteo Cini. Both are very well-known players. I think you have at least battled both once, I guess.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions. So, hi everyone, nice to be on stream, and it's just a massive honor, really, to be just commentating on
Honor
such
for me as well.
Oh yeah, always, yeah, definitely. Such a prestigious match. It's just these two are like two of the best players in Europe, and it's going to be such a high skill level game. So it's going to be good, great for the stream, and. Yeah, so let's get into it. We've got Billa, who attended Worlds last year and the year before. So he's 2 times Worlds attendant. And we have Matteo Dini, who I don't think qualified for Worlds last year.
I haven't seen him, at least.
No, I think he didn't get his qualification last year, but 2 years before that. And obviously he was the finalist in 2011.
We all know the Genies.
Yeah, the Genie brothers are always strong. So it's going to be a really great match. So, yeah. Get into it.
I'm really looking forward, yeah. I battled the team Billa is using at the Arena Cup in Salzburg, and I really got destroyed by his team. He's playing it pretty safely. We're going to show it in a couple of seconds, both teams, and I guess we are seeing the team preview already.
Oh, wow.
It's just
waiting on that coming through.
We're just waiting on it until it is settled up. Here we go.
Sorry about this, guys. Here we go. So we've got Matteo's team. We've got Heatran, Sylveon, Charizard, Greninja, Kangaskhan, and Landorus T. Cool. So there's possibilities there. We've got 2 Mega Pokemon in the Kangaskhan and the Charizard. More likely Charizard Y with the Heatran. Scarf Landorus, maybe Assault Vest. The Greninja is quite threatening.
I've seen Sash Landorus T as well already on the screen.
Yeah, wow.
A lot of items.
Yeah, so it's... Do we have Billa's team?
I can tell it out of my head. Billa's team is a Suicune, it's a Kangaskhan, it's a Rotom Heat, it's a Aegislash, it's a Landorus Therian, and a Breloom. Wow. So we got... I'm going to write it down for Lee.
Yeah, so just straight away, we've got Billa with the Rotom H. That's going to be threatening pretty much a lot of Matty's team, especially the Sun side of things. So, all right, we're going into it now anyway, so we don't need that. Sorry, I was just going to say, I think a lot of these matches come down to leading right against your opponent, especially this metagame. So. See, we've got Billa with the Landorus and the Rotom H, and Matty with the Charizard and his Landorus T. And we see there that Billa's Landorus activated first, so that kind of indicates that maybe he's running a faster Landorus, maybe Jolly, or maybe Matty isn't running Scarf, so...
Or he just won the speed type, but we don't know yet.
Yeah.
In my eyes, it's a good lead matchup for Billa right now. Yeah, threatening.
Yeah, we've got the Rotom threatening, the Charizard, the Will-O-Wisp onto the Landorus. The Rock Slide from either Landorus isn't going to be KOing on anything, so I don't know. The smart move might be to the Charizard doesn't want to stay in to take a Rock Slide and a T-Bolt off Billa, so I think that's going to have to protect a switch. So it's an obvious play. So it's going to be interesting to see what Matteo does here. Charizard does protect.
Without Mega Evolution, is there any possibility why he did that, Lee?
Well, I don't know if Barris is
overheating the expected overheat in the Landorus T slot.
Yeah, if that happens, then the Landorus T is going down. So the Matty's Landorus U-turns out. What's he going to bring in here?
And
I suspect, well, a Will-O-Wisp maybe going onto that slot, it would make sense, but we'll see. T-Bolt, yeah, So Billa's read that switch perfectly. Great play by Billa. So brilliant play. So we've got the Charizard still threatened now. So it's going to take a Rock Slide, which Billa's locked into. And a T-Bolt threatening onto that slot. I think Matty could bring in his Landorus T pretty safely in this point. Or he could just Mega Evolve and freely Heat Wave with his Heatran. It's not threatened by the Earthquake. Billa really needs to get his Landorus T out of there, to be honest, so he can bring it back in, because he's locked in. Locked into that Rock Slide. So,
but he already got some chip damage on that Heatran that may be significant later on in the match if Billa is going to fire off any attack into that Heatran later on with that Landorus. Maybe a superpower, maybe an Earthquake, but that Thunderbolt was really, really huge to get on that slot. Yeah,
well, the superpower, it's in superpower range now, so I mean, yeah, Matty needs to be careful with that, and he's just going to take. Let's see the flinch. Is there any chance? Oh, Charizard gets the overheat, and that's going on to the Landorus, and that's going down, But still, the Heatran and the Charizard aren't threatening that Rotom Heat at all, and they've just powered it up in the sun, so it can just sit there and just do what it wants.
Here we see the flinch. And
the flinch.
Billa expected a switch, that's why he used the Will-O-Wisp into the Charizard slot, it was, I guess,
Oh, now Khan comes out. So Barris is in such a good position now.
Yeah, that's what you have to watch out for. He lost a Pokemon, but he brought himself into a good position on the field. That's what high-level play is really for. You have to watch out what to do. Maybe make a Pokemon on your own feint to get one out safely is sometimes a really good play, and that's what he did to bring out that Kangaskhan.
Yeah, and I mean, now the Heatran's in low kick range, the Charizard's -2, so that's not going to be doing much. I think the play here, if Billa can read it, that Charizard's going to switch out, and maybe a Will-O-Wisp into that slot will be a really good play to catch the Landorus on the switch in. But no, Matty's not switching, so he's staying in.
He may predicted that.
Let's see what we've got. The Heatran Protect. Yeah, straight into the Protect, and Charizard going for another overheat onto the Kangaskhan. It's not going to KO, but does a good chunk of damage. And that was a good play. Good play by Matteo. Just read through and just made the simple play, really. But still, he's in the same situation as he was last turn.
And Kangaskhan is faster now, this turn.
Yeah.
He may have been worried about being faster or not than Charizard before the Mega Evolution. But Mega Kang gets a speed boost once it Mega Evolved, which can make it faster than a Charizard Y. Depends on how much you invest in your speed.
Do we know if we don't? Do we know we haven't been really any indications to see if Matty's running timid or modest Charizard yet? So there may be a speed tie. So Billa withdraws a Heatran here, brings in the Landorus. And getting the Intimidate. So that Kangaskhan's on -1 now. Low kick into the Landorus.
This was again a pretty safe play from Billa's side because he had the upper hand on the... Oh, here we go.
Just keep on overheating. Oof. Another Charizard sitting on, is that -6 now? -4?
-4 right now.
Yeah. So this Kangaskhan is in a really bad situation now. I mean, if Matty is running Scarf Landorus, it's going to chip it off with Rock Slide, and the Rotom's not really in a position to want to take Rock Slide damage. His Charizard is it's another one that needs to switch out, really. It can't really do anything on the field now. Yeah, Matty switches out, so.
And Billa already lost his Landorus Terrian. He can't shuffle Intimidate onto that opposing Landorus. He can't Earthquake.
Oh, but the Kangaskhan's faster than the Landorus, so Matty's not running Scarf. Oh, so close. And that's a Kangaskhan down.
That's a good information for Billa for the second and third match, that this Landorus is not Scarfed. And you can't assume a couple of items. Like there could be Assault Vest, there could be Sash, there could be Lumberry.
Yeah.
And here we see the Citrus Berry kicking in.
And it's good information for Matty with the citrus there. Because Matty...
Oh, and we see a critical hit almost taking down that Heatran.
We'll say Barris's last Pokemon, so Aegislash. Remember that Matty still has that Charizard in the back, so... The Heatran and the Charizard threatening the Aegislash. But the Rotom Heat still can do a job here.
Oh, we see the Aegislash. Would you have expected Billa to bring that Aegislash to the against the Sun team and Landorus?
I mean, against 4 of Matty's Pokemon, Aegislash has a great matchup, but then it's threatened so hard by Charizard Y and the Heatran that it does put you off bringing it slightly. But I guess Billa has the Rotom H, which really handles Heatran and Charizard well, and he's got intimidated support on top of that, so in a way it makes sense, and especially if he's got Wide Guard as well.
Wide Guard would be a good move against Rock Slide and Heat Wave.
So here we go. You're getting another Rock Slide onto that Rotom. Big damage. Oh, and the flinch.
And the flinch. And Matteo predicted a Wide Guard. That's why he went for Earth Power into that Aegislash slot.
We haven't seen Billa reveal the Wide Guard yet. But he's in such a bad position now. I mean, Matty can just sit and
chip away health from
Rotom. I mean, the Rock Slide's going to take down the Rotom next turn, and Heat Wave or Earth Power into the Aegislash.
And we've seen that.
Oh, so right, we've got the Wide Guard now. So
and Super Power right into the Rotom.
And Matty reads that Wide Guard straight off. So that's a great play by him.
Oh yeah.
And let's see if this is going to be another Earth Power. Heat Wave. Okay.
Well, now Matteo is in the lead. He's going to win this game. Matteo is going to...
Oh, and Barris, it looks like, is going to forfeit, maybe, is it?
I guess so. That's a good move to not show any more moves, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he's revealed the Wide Guard now. But that Charizard overheat, he just needs to bring it in, and it's game. So, yeah, Matty takes the first game. From what didn't appear to be quite as easy, he kind of 4-0. So, now 4-1. But, yeah, I think Barris got quite a nice amount of information now going into game 2. So, I think the information he's got, I mean, not having Scarf Landorus, we still don't know the item on it, though. So, I mean, but we know that the Kangaskhan outspeeds it, so that's a big thing.
But we know that the Charizard is actually faster than the Kangaskhan we have seen.
Then Billa's Kangaskhan?
Right.
Before it Mega Evolves, it would be faster, because obviously Kangaskhan gets the speed boost.
Am I really... Anyhow.
So
we are going right into the second match. Lee, what are you going to expect from Matteo to lead with?
Well, I think you're gonna, if you expect Billa to lead the Rotom Heat again, because it did a lot of work in that last match. I wonder what the Greninja's bringing. The thing is with the Greninja, though, it's threatened by pretty much nearly everything on Billa's team, but it's one of those Mons where you know, it's got a massive, really diverse move pool, so it really depends on the set. I mean, it could be good against Billa's team. I mean, if it's got Scald, it's going to threaten the Rotom Heat.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to threaten the Landorus. I presume it's got Ice Beam, but it's not going to outspeed it. But, I mean, Matteo's got the Intimidate support to kind of help that, but I don't know. I think he really needs to... it's difficult, really. I think
tough matchup.
Yeah. I think on paper it looks like Billa has the better team matchup. But Matty just played that last game. Just
really good.
Yeah,
Billa
really
brought
well.
himself into a good position, like it was turn 3 or something, where he brought in the Kangaskhan for free. Well, at least not for free. He had to fodder the Landorus, but he brought in the Kangaskhan healthy, which is a really good key to success versus Matteo's team. But maybe he's trying to put it in a better position this match to show the... Oh, and we see the Greninja
Oh, wow.
actually.
He brings the Greninja.
And the Landorus coming in.
So I think the key thing for Billa is to kind of preserve that Landorus. He needs that Landorus for the Charizard and the Heatran. But that's nice. He gets the Intimidate off on Matteo's Kangaskhan. So...
Well, that's a good team. Matteo got the Heatran plus Charizard, and most Landorus are using a Choice Scarf. So you either lock yourself into a Rock Slide,
taking one out,
or you lock yourself into Earthquake, which doesn't do any damage at all to Charizard. So that's maybe a good team composition from Matteo's side.
Yeah, and that has been picking up momentum in the meta game, that combination, the past month or so. So it's not surprising to see it kind of in top 8 here. And
I'm really interested.
Is this going to be a speed tie with the Kangaskhan fake out, or I wonder if they're running in a focus. Oh, so the Greninja switches out here, threatened by the U-turn. Matteo brings in his Landorus, getting the Intimidate on Billa's Kangaskhan. So we still haven't seen anything from Matty's Kangaskhan. So Matty's Kangaskhan Mega Evolves first. So I'm presuming that's Jolly.
Yeah.
So they're both running max speed Kangaskhan. Oh.
And here we see Billa does not Mega Evolve, assuming...
Oh, wow. Billa goes
it's in a focus,
Superpower.
right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and Matty goes for the low kick on the Kang, but the intimidated low kick isn't going to do much. So it was kind of equal that turn, trade for trade there. Except the Landorus now is locked into the Superpower. It is threatening the Kangaskhan because it's the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah.
Will KO. And that Landorus, Matty's Landorus, looks like it's in double edge range. From the damage it did in game 1.
That Kangaskhan is
it could be a roll.
Intimidated, right?
Yeah, yeah, both Kangaskhan are on -1, but the last game, Billa double-edged into the Landorus, which revealed it wasn't scarfed. Might be a roll, so...
But it might also be in Sucker Punch range for the opposing Kangaskhan, right?
That's true, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if Matty's running Sucker Punch or not, but it is definite possibility. So Matty
here we go.
Switches out his Kangaskhan to the Heatran. That's kind of risky because that's going to take a superpower if Billa stays in.
Both players don't want to risk to lose their Kangaskhan. Yeah. Both standing in their steel types.
The superpower.
And Billa is really going for the superpower.
And some nice chip damage there onto the Heatran. And great switch by Billa.
Same plays by both players. We have seen the Landorus superpowering into the steel types. Unluckily for Matteo, Aegislash is a ghost type as well. Therefore, superpower can't hit it for any damage at all. And now we are seeing Billa in a pretty good position right now. It can save the Landorus from a heat wave. We have seen Earth Power on the Heatran, so it won't have Flash Cannon, I guess. Substitute is a pretty common move on Heatran.
Yeah, I mean, I'd expect Billa to switch out the Landorus T now. I mean, now's probably a good time to bring in the Rotom H. Oh no, he's just going to keep it in. And superpower. And this might be enough to stop if Matty has substitute. Stop him getting the sub up, which is a great play. Chipping down the
and to make it faint with Thunderbolt later on.
Yeah, yeah.
Rotom.
So Matty turns out and see what brings in Charizard, I would imagine, maybe. If he's brought it this time.
They don't play on time. We still got over 10 minutes and 4 Pokemon left on both sides.
Oh no, he hasn't brought the Charizard. He's got the Greninja, sorry, hasn't he?
He got the Kangaskhan.
Kangaskhan or Greninja, yeah.
He got the Kangaskhan as Mega.
Yeah. Ignore me, people.
No. We are both pretty excited who is going to move on to the top 4.
I mean, the Greninja's a good switch in here because if it has got Dark Pulse, it's going to threaten. So we see the Heatran, Heat Wave. Just picking up a bit of chip damage on the Landorus. The Landorus is threatened by the Fake Out here, and another Heat Wave will take it out. So, I don't know, I think you need to get the Landorus out of there now and preserve it for the Intimidates later on, and just having the speed jump really on Matteo's Landorus, and the Greninja as well, because the Greninja's sitting in the back. And it's base 122 speed, so that's going to outspeed everything if that Landorus goes down. So the Greninja's going to be able to just pick things off if they are low enough health.
We got very nice Twitch commentaries right there. You are all guessing which moves are coming, and I see Land of Feints to a Caterpie now. Yeah, it's pretty low at health, and he's going to take out the Heatran.
And no Fake Out from the Kang.
No Fake Out. But he revealed it already, didn't he? Oh, he straight goes into the double edge and takes out the Landorus. So Landorus just takes out Heatran before going down itself.
Okay, so imagine the Greninja to come in here now, and
we don't know any move yet from the Greninja. It may have a water type move. It may have even something like Rock Slide to threaten the Rotom.
Yeah.
We have seen a lot of Rock Slides on stream already, flinching a lot. It may have potentially Ice Beam or even some poison move like Gunk Shot. It may have Low Kick to threaten a Kangaskhan. That's pretty hard to tell, but anyhow, we see Landorus Therian first, intimidating the Kangaskhan on Billa's side.
Kang's really threatened by both of Matteo's Pokemon here. I know it can Fake Out, but if it doesn't Fake Out the other one, whichever one he doesn't Fake Out is going to KO it. So he's in a bit of a situation here where, I don't know, I think maybe a switch into the Aggie would be a good play, if that was me personally.
Yeah.
Because it's either going to be a double edge. I mean, a Rock Slide may come, and he can protect the Rotom here from a Rock Slide, and he's got the Wide Guard. I mean, Aggie and Rotom Heat is a good matchup against the Lando and the Kang here. But
it threatens with Burn.
Yeah, I think you need to preserve that Kang and the Fake Out for that Greninja, because, like we say, we don't know what moves it's got, so...
And we know Greninja is a super fast Pokemon, faster than anything Billa got outside of potentially the Trace Scarf.
Matty reveals the Protect on his Kangaskhan.
Oh, whoa, that's pretty unusual.
Oh, and Billa sees through it and Fake Out to the Landorus. Great play there.
And we are assuming he doubles up.
Has he doubled? Oh, he has, wow. Great play by Billa. And that Landorus is dead weight now. That's just going to sit there and take burn damage.
Okay, Billa brought himself again into a really good position by reading that Protect, or reading that Kangaskhan is going to switch out in fear of the Fake Out, and doubled up into that Landorus, which is now going down in a few turns and can't do that much damage, because when you're burned, your attack stat is halved. And
yeah, I think it's -4 it drops to, I think. Maybe, but yeah, you're not doing any damage physically anymore, and you're just taking that, is it an 1/8 of damage every turn?
No, he can just try to Rock Slide everything and try to get potential flinches out of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you've got,
Oh, and we see the Low Kick taking out the Kangaskhan from Matteo, and Billa is in a really good position right now.
Wins a speed tie there, and the Landorus, Rock Sliding. It's going to get a nice bit of chip damage onto the Kangaskhan. I mean, it's in a position now where the Greninja can come in, but I think the match is too far gone for Matteo to come back.
Depends on the move. If you see Greninja and maybe it uses a move like Rock Slide, and having 2 Rock Slides on the field.
Rock Slide for the win.
Where's the Rock Slide? There's a way. We have seen it on stream already. Last matches turned around by Pokemon not moving due to a flinch. That sometimes is really crucial. I guess you know it. played a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah. This season, Rock Slide is the play. And yeah, if he does have Rock Slide, he can double Rock Slide, get the flinches. But I mean, even then, he's still the Landorus is going to go down in 2 turns, and he's got the Aegislash in the back, and the Aegislash. It depends. If the Greninja has Dark Pulse, that can flinch as well.
Yeah.
So it really depends all on this Greninja set, and I guess we're going to find out now what it's carrying. So Khan goes for the Sucker Punch.
Oh, he doesn't want to get flinched anymore. Yeah. That's why he targets the Landorus.
And that's 3-on-1, and
now it's pretty tough for...
Gunk Shot.
We see a Gunk Shot from Greninja, and its ability activates Protein that makes Greninja the same type the attack move has. So Greninja is now a Poison-type Pokemon, and he targeted the Aegislash, doing no damage because Aegislash is a Steel type.
Yeah, that was a great play by Bella there. So it kind of indicates as well that this Greninja may be a more physical set than special, which is the more common.
Oh, and we see the Ice Beam.
And I just eat my words.
Matteo is showing a lot of information still, and he's down to 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think he's given away, and the Life Orb.
And the Life Orb. He's showing a lot of... Oh, and Billa is showing the Substitute. They are both still fighting for this match. Nobody is sure who has won, but now it's pretty much game, I guess, because the Aegislash set up a Substitute, and Greninja should not break it with that Ice Beam.
Unless it's got Dark Pulse, it's not really going to threaten it. I mean, Scald here will break the sub, threatens the Rotom H, but I think Burr's got too much, and this Greninja's going to faint quite soon, I think.
We're going to move on into a third match that indicates how good both players are. Both are well-known players.
I think Billa adjusted so well in this match.
He got really good information out of game 1, seeing the speed of Landorus not being scarfed, for example, seeing the speed of Charizard, seeing Heatran not being a scarf version, for example, which could possibly be once you show your Landorus is no scarf.
Yeah, maybe Assault Vest. So, and I think the Greninja's not showing Scald here, so I wonder if it even has Scald, which would be interesting. We just see the Shadow Ball coming on to Greninja.
Okay, and that's it because of the Life Orb Greninja wears.
Yeah, one more attack and that's going down, so...
I wonder if Matteo is still going to show some information here. Or if they are going to shake hands outside. Oh, and he still shows the last remaining move. Whoa, that is... In a best of 3, you try to avoid showing everything you got, especially when you realize you lost 1 game, you try to avoid showing every hidden move you got on your Pokemon. I don't know. Matteo is maybe doing a favor for Billa to show him all of his moves in the Greninja.
Yeah, and in another way as well, it could be a smart thing for Matty to show that, because now Billa, it's in his mind that he knows that Greninja's got the low kick, and will he play on that? Will Billa play differently if he leads the Greninja and
he's
the
playing tricks with
so
Billa
it kind of
maybe,
both times, but it's good to know it at the same time. But another time, what's he gonna do? But we know now we don't know the full slot. Do we see it protect? So we know Gunk Shot, Ice Beam, low kick. So it's still got. I would imagine it has protect, but it's got the Life Orb, so protect would make more sense. It hasn't got the sash. So
and we jump right into the third game. I'm pretty hyped right now because, Billa is a pretty good friend. He's the local German here. I guess the crowd outside, there are a lot of Italian people watching the stream and a lot of Italian people out there cheering for Matteo and a lot of German guys cheering for Billa. So the crowd is really hyped out there. I'm really looking forward. Who is advancing to top 4?
Yeah, wow, it's going to be great because both guys are absolutely great guys and such good players. I mean, Barris is such a consistent player as well. I mean, top cut last year, every European Nationals, made it to Worlds, had a really good run at Worlds the year before. And he's just doing it again. And he's just it just seems he's just got the knack of just picking the meta game, getting a team, and just being such a consistent player. And it's also nice to see as well Matteo just back in top cuts, because he didn't have the best of seasons last year, whether that been down to luck, a different meta game, or whatever. But it's nice to see him back in. Either player advancing on to the next round would be great.
Both players deserve it.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be interesting to see how both players adjust here, because this is the clinching match.
Oh yeah. Are you going? Would you bet on a Charizard or Kangaskhan on Matteo's side?
I'd bring the Charizard. The Charizard had more success game one, and it's got the potential to just nuke the Kangaskhan and take that out in one hit with the overheat. So it threatens the Kangaskhan.
And here we see the Greninja. So Matteo really played tricks with Billa. He may really have planned.
Yeah.
I'll show you my moves, and you have to be scared of every single move I got.
Yeah, and that Greninja, I don't think the U-turn from Billa's Landorus can take that out. But Matty's Landorus is threatening the Kang with the superpower if he doesn't fake that out. And then you've got the low kick. They're both intimidated, so the Kang's, it's going to take a good amount of damage, but it's not going to go down to either attack. But I mean, you kind of want to keep your Kang as healthy as possible, especially when you're using double edge. So I don't know, potential switch here, or
this comes really down to prediction. It's really hard. Billa really is able to fake out one of the Pokemon. Oh, and we see the turn right here.
So Matty takes out his Landorus T, brings in the Heatran.
Predicted maybe a fighting attack right into that slot.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. And here we go, Kangaskhan Mega Evolution. Oh, and Greninja got Protect.
So yeah, we've got the set now. And the U-turn into the Heatran, which is going to help Billa improve his board situation now, and it gets it out of being threatened by the Greninja, because that Ice Beam will take it down in one shot.
And that is good, because U-turn is not a switch. You see who switches first, and then you can react with your U-turn.
Yeah.
That is pretty huge.
Oh,
and he dropped Reloom.
Wow. And double edge straight into the Heatran. And it's doing an alright amount of damage. It's a nice amount of chip. That might be in range for a Mach Punch.
That Heatran?
From the Breloom, yeah. And
Greninja, do you think Greninja is able to stand a Mach Punch from a Breloom?
I think it's a roll. I think if that's 4 HP Greninja, I think it's a roll. I think there's a percentage there that it will kill. A high percent with the Mach Punch, so that's definitely threatened.
Okay, we are honest, guys. We calculated already.
Yeah, we did, yeah. It's around 83% chance to one hit with the Mach Punch onto the Greninja, but I think they're both probably in range, and then you've got the Kangaskhan threatening with the Sucker Punch. So that play makes complete sense. But then, depending on the speed of this Heatran, it could get spored if the Breloom's faster than it.
Well, you play a Heatran slower than a Breloom.
Well, the modest variation is... but Billa goes for the low kick. The Heatran survives.
Going to double up? No.
Heatran is faster, so that's it's a timid Heatran.
That Breloom probably wears a Focus Sash. Yeah, here we go.
Sashed.
You see the Focus Sash. Typically item on Breloom.
And it spores into the Landorus. Great play.
And Billa brought himself into a really good position. That Heatran is going to get KO'd by any attack from...
So Billa can freely double edge into that slot, knowing that the Greninja's in the back. And that the double edge is going to take it's -2, but it's still going to do a good amount of damage. And he can Bullet Seed or into the Landorus slot here. So Billa's in quite a dominating position at the minute.
He can make the safe plays right now.
Yeah.
He does not have to risk anything at all right now. And Matteo is trying to bring himself back, and we see Heatran going down to the double edge from Kangaskhan, and we see probably a Bullet Seed from Breloom into that Landorus Therian slot.
And the Landorus takes a guaranteed sleep turn.
Here we come, the Bullet Seed. Let's see how often it will trigger. If we see 5 turns, it would really do a good amount of damage. Hit 3 times.
It's a nice amount of damage, though. It's got a chance, because it's 1 in 3
yeah.
chance of it waking up next turn.
But it's in a 5-hit KO range now, right?
Yeah,
we
and
the 3 hits.
Barris may want to get the Kang, depending on what Matteo brings in, off the field. It's on -2 now. It's had 2 intimidates. So it's not doing as much damage as it
Matteo
can
brought
do.
the Charizard, as you predicted.
And he's brought the Charizard. So this is actually... We know the Kangaskhan, if it's modest Charizard, the Kang's faster, but it's not doing any damage now.
Yeah.
And it's threatening both of Barris's Pokemon. The Breloom will be slower than it. So it's going to be interesting. I think the Rotom Heat here is a great switch in for Barris if he's brought it.
I assume he got Protect on his Breloom to protect it this turn. But Matteo got a pretty good position right now with that Charizard, potentially firing off a spread attack like Heat Wave.
Yeah, and that's a problem. If Barris switches out one of these Pokemon to bring it back in later, he's going to have the problem if he needs to switch the Breloom out next turn. If he protects, he's going to have to bring something in to take a Heat Wave in the sun. So we see Matteo here.
And he stays in with that and tries to KO the Landorus.
And that's definitely in Sucker Punch range now. And I think that's a great play because what Barris can do now is Sucker Punch into the Landorus, feint it, and he can just sack both of his Pokemon, bring in, hopefully what he's got is the Landorus T, which is Scarfed, which threatens the Charizard, and possibly... Have we seen Barris's 4th Pokemon?
Not yet. And I'm still wondering why Matteo, again, did not Mega Evolve his Charizard.
Yeah, turn 1. I guess to keep this... my only guess would be is to...
Maybe he
keep
likes
the Sunfalana.
Charizard. I don't think Matteo or Billa are that nervous. They are both very experienced players. They are used to play a top cut. They played at Worlds.
Here comes the Greninja.
Here we go.
So the Sucker Punch. Oh, and Billa switches out to the Rotom. So he has brought the Rotom Heat, which is great because we know that Greninja doesn't have Scald.
Yeah.
And it's got Gunk Shot.
Gunk Shot will do a good amount of damage.
Yeah, do a good amount of damage. And with the chip damage that Heat Wave and Overheats can do to it as well, it can wear it down. But we know the Kangaskhan is faster, and he doesn't go for the Sucker Punch. He just goes straight for the Double Edge into the Greninja.
Doing a really good amount of damage to the Greninja. Only
massive amount. And yeah,
I think
that was a great play. Because he's free now to bring in the Landorus.
Yeah.
And he can just Rock Slide and win.
That's a really good position for Billa right now. That Greninja just got 3 attacks left from Life Orb, and he will feint to a Rock Slide probably.
Yeah.
So does Charizard.
I think the one thing that Barris has to be aware of is the Landorus T from Matteo's side is still in the back, and it'll be a question of how bulky is that Charizard, and if he switches in the Landorus T to sack it, will the intimidated -1 Rock Slide take down the Charizard?
A lot of Pokemon trainers train their Charizard to stand a Rock Slide after an Intimidate shuffle.
Yeah, but I guess he's still got the Rotom H on the field as well. So I mean, the Rock Slide and the T-Ball into that slot, will
take it down probably.
It's game, I think that the one thing that Matty's counting on now is a Rock Slide miss on the Greninja and an Ice Beam into that slot. But if that happens, it's not. So
he's maybe going to protect the Charizard.
Yeah.
It's nice to see a Greninja doing that well in a tournament. I've never expected Greninja to come into top 8.
No, I've never seen it as high, I don't think, in a cut before. So it's nice to see. And it's such an obscure set as well, with the Gunk Shot, the Low Kick, and the Ice Beam. And there we see the Rock Slide come off. And the Charizard does survive. So the Landorus here could go down, but like I say, I think...
this
big
was
miss.
huge. This was huge for Billa.
I still don't think that mattered too much. If it did hit, the Landers goes down, but then T-Ball takes that out. He's got Kang in the back to come in, fake out, and Sucker Punch. It's in Sucker Punch range, and he's still got pretty much full health.
And Greninja, the only Pokemon left on Matteo's side, and Billa still got a healthy Landers, a healthy Rotom Heat. Those two are going to take this match to Billa probably. Moving on into top 4.
Wow, I know. And I think Barris just played the match just steady, safe, and just did the job.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he's done all season.
And Greninja goes down, and here we see Billa Barris moves on into top 4. He's such a consistent player. He lost the first game, though, getting some really good information.
Yeah.
That's the thing about best of 3 matches. You've played a lot, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. A few.
A few.
Yeah.
I watched your games at Worlds last year on the big screen.
I played Barris.
You played Barris on the big screen,
that was a
really cool match.
And that was a tough match. But I think he's just showed why he's so consistent and what a great player he is. But fair credit to Matty. I mean, he came out all guns blazing game 1, made great plays, took game 1. But I think the information that he was giving away in that game, it was just enough for Barris to kind of set up a game plan and just do what he needs to do. He didn't need to make any... There was no risky plays needed to be made there. And I mean, he just...
Really good match. Really good match on Matteo's side as well. And we are going to see Billa later on. Timetable for now. Coming up next is the top 4 from the top 4 Masters trading card game. Lee, thank you for commentating with me.
Thank you, my man.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was great. I just hope I didn't waffle too much. And it's my first time commentating. So, yeah, it's been really great and privileged to come and do it with you, man. And on such a great match as well.
Oh,
so
yeah, we saw a really good match.
Yeah.
Next time on screen, we're going to see Marcus Stada, last year's national champion, also known as Yoshi, commentating alongside me. And now we are going to see the top 4 Masters match of the trading card game. See you later, guys. Stay tuned. Watch out.
See you guys. Bye.
Herzlich willkommen Pokémon Volunteers für die Nationals 2015.
Das T-Shirt drunter sieht man gar nicht.
Also ich arbeite für den Livestream und ich finde es wahnsinnig klasse, dass man ganz viele Leute in der Welt damit erreichen kann, was hier heute passiert.
Ist lustig hier, ja, muss ich sagen.
Heute gab's und gibt es auch die nächsten Tage schöne Wraps. Selbst gemacht, wie du siehst, kannst ja mal gucken. Mit selbstgemachter Soße, das ist eine Soße mit so Frischkäse und Worcester und Zwiebeln. So, dann kommt Rucola drauf. Also eigentlich so eine Salatmischung. So.
Und das Rezept hast du das von dir selbst oder wo hast du es her?
Das verrät man doch nicht. Nein, okay, chefkoch.de.
Eine
Aber
häufige Inspirationsquelle
genau.
für Hobby.
Aber ich habe vorher geguckt, dass auch alle geschrieben haben, es war lecker.
Ja, das kann ich auch bestätigen. Ich fand ihn auch sehr lecker.
Ja, der ist auf jeden Fall richtig gut. So, und dann wird er nur noch zusammengerollt. Und fertig ist der Wrap.
Yay!
Hi, also heute ist mein erster Tag hier auf den Nationals, mein zweiter Tag auf den Nationals, mein erstes Mal bei den Nationals und ich bin wirklich aufgeregt, weil es richtig Spaß macht zu kommentieren. Ich freue mich jetzt, die Finalrunden zu kommentieren. Ich denke, Amigo und wir machen alle einen super Job, jeder gibt sich viel Mühe.
Let's bring the love. check. Okay. Lol, 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 lol.
Oh. Ja, jetzt hört man mich?
Nein, mach nochmal. Mach nochmal.
Jetzt?
Sprich.
Hallo?
Ja, jetzt sind wir bei der. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for more trading card game action. We are now in the top 4 for the German National Championship. We will be broadcasting live the match between David Sturm and Karl Peters.
Yeah, both of them have been a German national champion. Karl Peters in 2014 and David Sturm in 2010.
So it doesn't get much better than this. We have high quality match coming up. I think the players are getting ready. So we will be broadcasting now live from the featured match and swapping over to the camera anytime soon. While we look at the decks, we saw both players already in the featured match area. So we have Karl Peters playing his Seismitoad, with a couple of tech. You will be talking about these later, I guess. And we have David Sturm with a Flareon deck. On the left side, you don't see me playing. No, I'm just commentating. On the left side, you see David. And on the right side is Karl Peters. Here we go.
Yeah, so Carl starts the game, he has Verbank Laser, and David unfortunately starts with Jirachi EX, which is a very bad start Pokemon because it's the ability doesn't trigger, and you can't, well, it's a Pokemon EX, so you usually don't want to play it down anyways, and so you have to play it, and you aren't able to get the supporter card, so starting with it is very bad. Now he was able to use his Ordino to get rid of the poison and to heal 10 damage. Very nice card, and it's very important in this matchup because he can get rid of poison and he can wake up his active Pokemon if it stays asleep.
There was a comment from you guys in the chat. Some of them are rather funny when we see that David next to me is commentating. Someone was asking if your last name was Hasselhoff.
No.
Well, I have to disappoint you.
I wish I would be David Hasselhoff, I guess, but or maybe not.
Who doesn't want to be David Hasselhoff? Come on. I mean, now that David is playing a battle compressor, this is just one David, exactly. This is just one battle compressor of many more to come. He's taking his time to look through his deck. As good players always use this opportunity to understand what price cards they have.
Yeah, the problem is that David isn't able to play a lot of Battle Compressor in the later game because Seismitoad says you can play item cards. That's very annoying. And he is discarding his Flareon because, well, he's playing Evolution stack, so he plays Eevee and Evolution of Eevee. So in his case, he's playing Flareon, Leafeon, and he's playing one Glaceon. But since Flareon is weak to water Pokemon, and you need a lot of Pokemon in your discard pile, and you need Battle Compressor for this, you can play Battle Compressor, so Flareon doesn't deal a lot of damage, and it gets knocked out by one hit. So you don't want to use Flareon. This is the reason why he discarded it. In this matchup, you go for Leafeon because Seismitoad is weak to grass Pokemon.
Interesting enough, I saw that he was looking for a Jirachi X with one being active already, so he's one of the few players that are actually playing two Jirachi X.
Yeah, a lot of Flareon decks play two Jirachi X because Flareon is a very, very strong Pokemon, so it can knock out every Pokemon with one hit. So the most players just try to knock out all the Flareons, so if you bench two Jirachis, it doesn't hurt you too much. Another point is that if one of your Jirachi is prized, and you really need this Jirachi, you have your second one. And in this case, well, you start with Jirachi, not a problem, just get your second. And because you need to draw a lot of cards in this deck with Acrobike, the most players only play very low amount of supporter cards. For example, David is playing 4 Professor Sycamore, 1 N, and 1 Adrian's Ace. No, Archie's Ace in the hole.
Exactly.
So you need Jirachi quite often. And since Flareon deals more damage, the more Pokemon are you in your discard pile, you can just discard your Jirachi to get some more damage.
So for the Blurred Drache, he is asking me what my name is on the Bisa board. I have to tell you that I'm not active on the Bisa board, but just check out playon.de. That is my page, and my name there is Julian. You will find me very soon, either on Facebook or on playon.de. But let's get back into this action. I think Karl Peters is having some problems getting those cards to work.
Yes, he has only... Well, he has no supporter in his hand, obviously. Now it's David's second turn. And Karl still doesn't have a Double Colors Energy card, which is very bad for him because David now can play his Ultra Balls, his Battle Compressors, and all that stuff.
Here we go. Did those Pokemon Power activate? Well, he put it there, I think. Yeah, okay, he places it back. Eevee placed on that Ditto, another Eevee going to the bench.
And now he's thinking which Pokemon he should attach the grass energy to. Well, he can use... Oh, what is he doing?
He hasn't... Yeah, now. Jirachi is cured from poison. And he's attaching that grass energy. Oh, there's a judge at the table. Not sure what's happening here.
Well, he played VS Seeker and put his deck into his hand. For some reason.
Oh. Well, again, players are nervous here, so things like that can happen, but Karl is indicating something. Now it looks like it's Karl's turn now, but he is still, yeah, he has a Lysander. He's trying to buy some time. I see another Xerosic, I think, on his hand, and here's another Seismitoad. Not the start you would expect or you would wish for if you're Karl.
Well, the question is, why did he attach the grass energy to his active Jirachi? Well, I know that you can, like, retreat it, but the Leafeon's attack says you deal 20 damage for each energy card that your opponent's Pokemon have. But since Karl doesn't have any Pokemon, doesn't have any energy card in play, he won't deal any damage. So, but now he has a Flareon to knock out his opponent's Seismitoad, and now it will be very hard for Karl to win. But he got this, yeah, Xerosic for the double colors energy card.
And this is just not looking good. Look at Karl. He's frustrated with the cards he's drawn. Nothing to help him, really. If you're Seismitoad, you need that turn 1, latest turn 2 item log going on. And David is just playing item cards as he wishes. Right now he has another Professor Sycamore in his hand, I think.
Yeah, but Karl can buy some time with his Xerosics.
Yeah, there's the grass energy to power out Leafeon to maybe use that Leaf Blade if Karl really doesn't have any energy.
Oh, he got an
finally.
Ultra Ball for his Jirachi.
That's an out. Is Jirachi there? Oh yeah, there it is.
It
Oh,
is
he was running it through it so quickly. He was afraid it wouldn't be there. Double colors, I think I saw it 3 times. One might be priced.
Yeah, it could be, but as long as one of them is...
Yeah, he's discarding his cards right away, so that's what he's doing. Exactly, here we go.
So Karl is only playing 2 Ultra Ball, but he plays 1 Jirachi, so... yeah, you sometimes just have problems to set up. If you have only these options to search for your Pokemon, only 2 Ultra Ball is very low, but Ultra Ball is a very bad card in the end of the turn when you at the end of the game. If you have like 3 Slurpuff in the game, you just don't want to play Ultra Ball because you already have everything you need, and then you prefer stuff like a second Xerosic or Cassius. But he still doesn't have any double colors energy card.
David attaching that silver bangle to that Leafeon, dealing 30 additional damage if it hits a Pokemon X. And he has another energy to boost it, so with that attack, that would be 60 plus 30 base damage. It would knock out that.
Yeah, well, Leafeon's second attack deals 60 damage. So with the Silver Bangle, it's now 90, and because of Seismitoad's weakness, it's 90 damage. So if the Jirachi gets knocked out, David is able to one-hit KO a Seismitoad EX when he just has another energy card.
However, he's opting to not play that energy card just yet.
Yeah, and very interesting that Karl is attaching the Muscle Band to his active... Oh no, never mind. Well, the thing he's going for now is that if he plays Laser and attacks with Quaking Punch, Jirachi gets 50 damage plus 30 from poison, but it has 9 HP. This means that the Jirachi will get knocked out at the end of David's turn, So Carl can, for example, play Lysander for the second Jirachi and knock it out. So he only has 2 prize cards left. Then he can Lysander the Deoxys and knock it out as well. This is the one chance Carl has to win this game.
Are there any cards that would help David retrieve those Jirachis into his hand? Or shuffle them back into the stack?
Nothing similar. Well...
Oh, here we go. The Crushing Hammer is working.
And he got the laser.
Wow.
So this is his chance to win the game.
A huge, and it's also putting Jirachi to sleep, dealing 80 damage in the process. And it wakes up. Let's see what David's going to do.
Yeah, he has to
The item lock is on for the very first time, so you will have to invest energy to retreat it if he wants to.
Yeah, and we see his hand. There is, I think, like a computer search, and a Lysander, but nothing that huge.
There was a question in the chat. No, players were not allowed to play Your Roaring Skies because it isn't out there long enough. It will be allowed to play in Bochum at the Arena Cup.
Well, the thing is now that Carl has energy cards in play, Carl has a double colors energy card, so this means there are 2 energy on Carl's field. So Leaf Blade will deal 40 damage, plus 10 from Deoxys, 50 damage, plus 30 from Silver Bangle. That's 160 damage because of the weakness. So
not quite enough.
David is not able to knock out the Seismitoad, but Carl got Serosic for the Silver Bangle, so this is even less damage again.
That is huge now for Carl, just because David is locked in that item lock. He just can't play any Silver Bangles whatsoever. Now Carl is getting more and more control of this game. David's looking through his discard pile here before he decides which Pokemon to put into the active spot. It's going to be Leafeon with that water energy. Notice that old design in that water energy card. It's a holographic one. That's a very old energy card that was given out in the Pokemon League when the Pokemon TCG was introduced for the very first time.
Yeah, it's hard for us to see how many damage counters there are. All look like 10.
Looks like a 6 and a 4, I agree.
Well, the thing is, because of the Deoxys, David is running.
Oh, Team Flare Grunt.
Whoa.
Now David is in trouble of not having enough energy. Well, no, we can see his hand now.
Yeah, but he has a lot of energy cards in his discard pile. But Antitor got a Psychomorph from his hand, but he didn't play it yet.
So another 100 damage will be enough to deal the knockout for Seismitoad. Carl wasn't able to find a laser last turn, so that Leafeon is left with only 30 damage because of its water resistance. Oh, I think that was a laser. No, it was a full art Seismitoad, if I saw correctly, but there's a computer search. There's another Grunt in his hand. So you might look for a laser and play that Grunt to discard the double colorless. Maybe he's looking for how many energy have been discarded already.
Yeah. What is kind of special, well, we usually see 7 energy cards in a evolution stack, but David is going for 8 energy cards. He plays 1 water and 3 grass energy cards. The most player only play 2 grass energies.
Oh, there's no laser left.
Oh.
Unbelievable. Where are all the lasers? Oh, tough spot. He's now looking at that hammer. Or maybe Cassius. He shouldn't show. I was about to flip it over. No, here we go. I think he went with the Crushing Hammer. And he's going the route of discarding as many energy as possible. But I haven't seen him using that many lasers yet.
Well, maybe he had to discard them, or they are priced. I don't know. But the problem is that he doesn't have a muscle band, and Leafeon has resistance. So he only deals 10 damage. But Leafeon deals 100 damage because of Deoxys, so he needs 2 hits. And Carl doesn't play a Super Scoop Up like Robin did, so he needs Cassius to get rid of damage.
And we see that double colorless in David's hand. We know also that Karl chose to get a crushing hammer with his computer search. So the next turn might be very important for both players.
Yeah, one cool trick David can usually use is that he has Glacian, which says that all of your plasma Pokemon has 2 retreat left, which gives all of David's plasma Pokemon a 0 retreat cost, but he already discarded it. So Karl, when David runs out of double colors energy cards, he might lock, Karl might lock David because he's not able to retreat his Deoxys EX.
So here's that Cassius you already announced.
Yeah, now we see the Cassius because now the Seismitoad doesn't have any damage. The problem is that your DC is now in the deck, so you have to draw it again.
There's one in his hand, and he has 3 Slurpuffs to make use of this turn with that tasting ability. Here's that Acrobike. No need for a Headringer in this matchup. Another Acrobike running through his deck. I hope he has a Lysander's trump card in there. See a Versus Seeker to double colorless energy. He's eyeing at that Versus Seeker now. Oh, that is a huge flip.
Yeah, Karl really needed heads.
Now what's he going to do?
Now he checks, I guess he checks how many energy cards.
He might go for that Team Flare Grunt again.
Well, there are 3 DCEs in David's discard pile, so he might be able to play just Lysander for Deoxys, because the Glacian is there, and 3 double colors energy cards. You saw them. So Karl might just play the DCE to his Seismitoad, Lysander for Deoxys.
Does he have a Lysander in his discard pile? He's checking it.
I think so, but I'm not sure.
Oh!
And another 10 damage.
Neither Grunt nor Lysander has been played, and then the Grass Energy and N.
Yeah, he played already Cassius this turn.
Oh, you played the Cassius, correct, yes.
The problem is, Leafian's second attack doesn't just deal 60 damage, but you flip a coin, and if you flip heads, it's 80 damage, plus 10 from Deoxys. So if David hits heads now, Karl's Seismitoad gets knocked out.
And we could be looking at a very quick first game if that is what's happening. Here's that flip. It's heads. Oh, and you see the very short fist on David's side. He knows that was an important flip. Now if you're Karl, well, you're probably looking at, okay, how many Seismitoads have been discarded?
We know that there is 1 in his deck, and
there's 1 in the hand.
Yeah. Karl now leads. Karl needs Lysander and Floatstone.
Getting some more cards with that tasting ability. There's
he
another
got a double colors energy card and Seismitoad.
He has that flawed Lysander's trump card also in his hand. But where's Lysander? He's checking it. Ah, there's Lysander. Lysander is in the discard pile.
Now he just needs Floatstone or Switch. Is he playing Switch? He isn't. Isn't he?
2 Floatstones, no Switch.
No, Karl doesn't play any Switch, so he needs a Floatstone now to win the game. But it looks like he doesn't have a Floatstone. Now he has 2 options. He attacks with Quaking Punch and hopes that David flips Tates again, but then he would need to...
Then the next turn has to be Lysander. But he only has that 1 Versus Seeker, if I see correctly. Yeah, there is that Seismitoad with double colorless at the top of his hand. Tough spot to be in. Yeah, he finally decides that's exactly what he needs to do.
The question is, which supporter is he going for? I guess he will just Lysander the...
Oh, that Team
he goes
Flare
for Flare
Grunt. He picked the wrong card, yeah. Okay, now come on, David. You can't tell me that he already chose that. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let's be fair here. It's obvious what he wanted to do. Yeah, but there's so much on the line here.
Yeah, and he didn't attack with Quaking Punch, so David is now able to play his item cards again. And we see the computer search on his hand, so I guess...
Oh, okay, before he does that...
Is this a silver bangle on his... Well, he has a Lysander in his hand and and a silver bangle.
Oh dear, that silver bangle would guarantee the one-hit KO. But he doesn't have a Lysander. So he uses that trump card. It's the wrong Lysander.
Yeah, the problem is now David got all his double colors energy cards back and the Glacian. So Carl can't just play Lysander for the Axis to win the game now.
Here it comes. What's he going for? That has to feel good after so many Quaking Punches to finally be able to... Oh, he's taking that Professor Sycamore.
He is showing it to his opponent, which he doesn't have to.
It's funny.
But, well...
Players are nervous, remember that. Here's that silver bangle you spotted. There's another Deoxys in his hand, I think. Doesn't need that, though.
And he deals 40 damage onto the Slowpuff. Carl has another double color entry card to retreat his active Slowpuff. And he has an End on his hand, so I guess he will just play down the...
So for you, X-Shout in the chat, you're asking where the rules are for the trading card game online. Just check out Pokemon.com and go and play online. It's called Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. You can download the software for free. It's absolutely for free to play it, and there are nice tutorials to learn the game. So I recommend you check it out.
And he got Crushing Hammer Head, so now he got N for 2. Carl got his cards with tasting, and I think there is an acrobike on his hand. He got a muscle band and a laser, so now this is his time to come back to the game.
There are 5 damage counters on that Leafeon, so that would do enough damage to knock it out right here now. Yeah, there's that laser.
And on David's hand we saw a Water Energy card and a VS Seeker, so he can play the VS Seeker. But he can attach the Water Energy card to deal some damage.
Now David at 2 prize cards, Carl at 3. Carl always looking at that Jirachi in the back, but he will have to get another knockout besides that Jirachi X. Oh, look at this. David decides that it's time to get the flexibility he needs and brings that Jirachi with that energy in front.
Yeah, now he can decide to retreat into every Pokemon. The thing is, he can attack with Leafeon, and then... Oh, he attacks the double colors energy card. And now he deals 160.
Yeah, the silver bangle, the Oxys, they're figuring out the numbers here. It's not quite enough to knock it out.
Yeah, I don't really get why he did this, because he could have just attached the Water Energy card and save the double colorless energy to retreat his Deoxys if it gets Lysandered.
Here's an Ultra Ball discarding 2 Junipers. It's another Slurpuff. Now give him access to 4 extra cards.
Yeah, I guess David is just hoping for the Grass Energy card to come and knock out the Seismitoad with 1 hit. And Carl now needs to get rid of his damage or to play Lysander. He got the Crushing Hammer Heads, an Acrobike.
He might have to play Cassius on that Seismitoad.
Yeah, the question is a Cassius in his discard pile? He has a VS Seeker, but...
That's the last tasting we will see this turn. Yeah, the Versus Seeker, and he's looking through it.
I guess he have to...
Oh, one more tasting.
I guess he has to play the... He has to use... how is it called? Professor Juniper now. Or he goes for the N.
Versus Seeker, what's he going to take? It is Juniper.
Yeah, so now... Well, we know that David has a water energy card on his hand, so Carl needs laser heads, and David has to flip tails then.
Tough spot. Here's another acro bike. One more. Team Flare Grant not gonna help in this situation. He already played a supporter card. He's gonna discard it. It's a float stone. Yeah, a head ringer to Deoxys, which is really not important, but he wants to get rid of that card. Yeah, and then
David won the first game.
He's showing that he has energy. No laser for Carl. So he has to concede this first round after a horrible start with no energy, no supporters whatsoever. And David is making the best out of the turns where he was allowed to play item cards.
Yeah, Carl had some problems with setting up and attacking in the early game, and now he needs to win more games. But you saw that the matchup isn't that bad for Carl. Both game, the whole game was, well, there weren't a clear winner. Of course, David had the better position, but there always were some situations where Carl only needed one card to win or to get a better position, but he didn't draw it.
And now David has all the time, of course. He's sitting in the driver's seat now to make it to the final two of this Masters Division National Championship. I like the sleeves both players are playing.
Yeah, Carl is going for his expensive Japanese sleeves, and David is using the, I think it was from Ultra Pro or something.
I think Carl's sleeves are coming from the Pokémon Center or something.
Oh yeah, I really love the sleeves. They are very good to shuffle. This is the main reason. Their artworks are nice and they're good to shuffle. These are the good things, but they are kind of expensive because you're only able to buy them in Japan.
Have you seen what active Pokemon Carl played? I haven't seen it.
No, I weren't able to see it, but I guess it's a Seismitoad. Because there were not a huge pink card in Carl's hand.
So here we go. There's that Eevee, another Jirachi, giving him access to a supporter card and a double colorless. And here's that Seismitoad. 6 prize cards on each side, and Carl is going to begin. And again, look at all these supporters. That doesn't look too good. Acrobike, though.
Yeah, he needs something to draw cards. He has like a Lysander's trump card, but he needs Juniper or N.
Oh dear, that just doesn't look too good. Yeah, what else is he going to do? That's all about. There's another Cassius. Oh dear.
He has to pass. It looks like...
that is just unbelievable.
Another bad draw from Carl.
Yeah. He now needs to top deck something. Best case would be a supporter. That's frustrating. You're so close to the finals. You played so well throughout all the rounds, and then it gets down to the semifinals, and you just can't get your deck to work.
This is very annoying, especially when you play so many supporter cards. It's even more annoying if you
just don't
draw them. Yes.
Nope. There are no hidden cards in the trading card game for Pokemon like they are in Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a great trading card game, but not as great as Pokemon, in my opinion. There are no hidden cards. The cards you see face down are your prize cards. You will draw 1 prize card per knocked out Pokemon, and once you have drawn all your prize cards, you will win the match.
Yeah, it's like in video game you need to knock out 6 Pokemon. Well, not in the VGC format, but in a usual game you need to knock out 6 Pokemon, so in the card game this is the goal as well. Even though there are some Pokemon EX that count like you knocked out 2 Pokemon at the same time, because they are so strong. Yeah, no, David played a Ultra Ball, discarding some Pokemon cards, and maybe he's actually able to donk Carl. This means if your opponent only has one benched Pokemon, only has one Pokemon in play, and you are able to knock it out in the first or second turn. That's what we call a donk.
What do you think about the new card Latios X from Roaring Skies that is actually able to attack on the very first turn, dealing 40 damage?
It's very interesting. A lot of people really like it, but I don't think it won't do too much. Well, sometimes you're able to knock out, like, for example, a Phantom, which only has 60 HP, so you start, energy, muscle band, knock out, and you win. But a lot of people play, like, Seismitoad EX, it has 180 HP, or you play Rayquaza EX or Shaman, and it's very hard to knock out these Pokemon. And Carl didn't got a supporter card, and
it's
maybe
a hammer. Oh.
Maybe this is the last turn he'll be able to play.
We see another. Oh yeah, he's sliced and he's doing what he can, and well, at least the item lock is on, making it a little bit more difficult for David to get battle compressors going, to get those Pokemon in the discard pile, but we really don't need them because Leafeon is his #1 option here, dealing at least 80 damage.
Yeah, now he retreats his Jirachi, and if Carl doesn't get anything...
Oh, there's a Deoxys, that's 100 damage, so the clock is ticking for Carl. Next turn it's going to be all but over. Oh, he's not going to reveal it. Yeah, he is not going to reveal it. Oh, computers
oh
are
my
finally...
goodness. This is the one card he needed now.
Oh.
Well, if Carl didn't draw anything similar, David just would have played...
Oh, look at this. David in disgust right now. He thought he would have won it. Now Carl using that card. Oh! Oh!
He flipped his prize cards. And I guess the judge is just shuffling them and put them back.
Oh, this is just... Oh.
He is so nervous.
Yeah. He needed that card so badly. Look at him, he's shaking a little bit. He knows he has this one chance to get back into the game, and it's going to be Juniper. He needs nice 7 fresh cards right now. We saw a Hypnotoxic Laser among Carl's prize cards. I don't know what the other card was. Here's another flip.
It's tails.
The luck doesn't return.
Carl doesn't have the luck he had. And it's heads, so...
Well, he needs another... Oh, I don't think he has any way. There's another card.
And
oh, that's
good
it.
Game.
Good game for David.
Uh,
Unbelievable turn of events here. Carl was extremely unlucky.
Yeah, Carl just didn't draw anything. Carl just needed to win this one match to get the flight, the paid trip to the Pokemon World Championship. And yeah, now he lost. Very unfortunate for him, but...
He will have to make a comeback on the Arena Cup in Bochum to make it to Boston and to get the paid trip, which he deserves, obviously, but being so unlucky, luck is always something to consider in every Pokemon game.
Yes, not just the video game, but also the card game. In the chat, there were some people asking, why don't you flip coins? In competitive play, you roll a dice because it doesn't fall off the table so often.
Yeah, so congratulations, very well played by David. He's going to advance to the finals, and we will find out very soon who he's going to face in that final battle to determine who's going to be the German national champion here in Stuttgart. Coming up next in a couple of minutes will be the next VGC round. That's going to be the semi-finals already, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So we're heading very close to decision time today. We are getting the information on who is going to play in the VGCs.
Yeah, we have in the semi-finals we have Markus Stefan against Barish Akos, and we have another match with Luca Breitling-Pause versus Tobias Koczycki.
Exactly. These are our final four. So congratulations to everyone who's made it this far, battling it out in the VGC Germany Masters. I think it was 414 competitors.
Yeah, it's always a lot.
Trying to make it to that top cut. Now you're only 4 people remaining, and obviously in the TCG 2 players remaining. I think in the other match with Niklas, who was facing Fatih, exactly. They are still going on. We don't have any results here yet. After the break, we of course will give you the information of who made it to the finals. Until a couple of minutes, we have a break, and then we will start over again with the top 4 with the semifinals of the VGC Masters. So see you in a couple of minutes.
See you there.
Herzlich willkommen, Pokémon Volunteers für die Nationals 2015.
Das T-Shirt drunter sieht man gar nicht.
Also ich arbeite für den Livestream und ich finde es wahnsinnig klasse, dass man ganz viele Leute in der Welt damit erreichen kann, was hier heute passiert.
Ist lustig hier, ja, muss ich sagen.
Heute gab's und gibt's auch die nächsten Tage schöne Wraps. Selbst gemacht, wie du siehst, kannst ja mal gucken. Mit selbstgemachter Soße, das ist eine Soße mit so Frischkäse und Worcester und Zwiebeln. So, dann kommt Rucola drauf. Also eigentlich so eine Salatmischung. So.
Und das Rezept hast du das von dir selbst oder wo hast du es her?
Das verrät man doch nicht. Nein, okay, Chefkoch.de.
Eine
Aber-
häufige Inspirationsquelle
Genau.
für Hobby.
Aber ich habe vorher geguckt, dass auch alle geschrieben haben, es war lecker.
Ja, das kann ich auch bestätigen. Ich fand ihn auch sehr lecker.
Ja, der ist auf jeden Fall richtig gut. So, und dann wird er nur noch zusammengerollt. Und fertig ist der Wrap.
Yay!
Hi, also heute ist mein erster Tag hier auf den Nationals, mein zweiter Tag auf den Nationals, mein erstes Mal bei den Nationals und ich bin wirklich aufgeregt, weil es richtig Spaß macht zu kommentieren. Ich freue mich jetzt, die Finalrunden zu kommentieren. Ich denke, Amigo und wir machen alle einen super Job, jeder gibt sich viel Mühe.
It's been a long time. I got you on my mind. Long time. Long time. It's been a long time. I got you on my mind. Long time. One love, one heart. All the people.
Herzlich willkommen, Pokémon Volunteers für die Nationals 2015.
So, ich stehe hier mit dem Team Pokepony. Das sind alles Spieler aus dem Comic Planet Rheine. Und die haben sich extra für das Event Team-Shirts drucken lassen. Da steht nicht nur drauf, eben Pokepony. Übrigens, der Name ist Programm, weil die Leute spielen alle zum einen Pokémon und zum anderen auch My Little Pony. Und du drehst dich vielleicht mal rum, da kann man nämlich sehen, das Shirt ist hinten sogar gebrandet extra für das Event mit Stuttgart 2015. Eine super Sache. Und danke. Und ich habe hier den Team-Captain vom Team Pokepony, das ist der Marco. Grüß dich, Marco.
Hallo.
Und Marco, vielleicht sagst du mal kurz, wie seid ihr drauf gekommen, das zu machen und warum wird bei euch so beides gespielt? My Little Pony und Pokémon.
Ja, also wie sind wir drauf gekommen? Wir sind einfach drauf gekommen, wir wollten dieses Mal was anderes machen, wir wollten mal diesmal auffallen, sag ich mal. Und wir hatten erst die Idee gehabt, erst so ein ganz normales Pikachu mit den alten fliegendes Pikachu. So, da kam ein Kollege von mir, hat gesagt, mach doch einfach ein Pokepony raus. Ja, dadurch kam dann das Pokepony.
Hier habe ich auch den Stefan, das ist einer von 2 Leuten, die quasi im Comic Planet Rheine auch immer die Turniere judgen.
Guten Tag.
Und jetzt muss ich ja gerade mal fragen, warum hast du kein Shirt an?
Einmal hat es finanzielle Gründe, weil sonst wäre ich jetzt nicht hier.
Okay.
Und ja, zu spät gemeldet, sagen wir mal so, ein bisschen verplant.
Alles klar.
Muss man halt mit den Finanzen ein bisschen hinkommen. Ne?
Kann passieren, aber ich habe gehört, ihr wollt nächstes Jahr wieder dasselbe machen und wahrscheinlich mit neuen Shirts dann. Und vielleicht klappt es dann?
Auf jeden Fall dann.
Okay. Und dann haben wir hier auch noch den Mario. Der hat nämlich mehr oder weniger das Motiv für das Shirt rausgesucht. Mario, vielleicht komm noch mal ganz kurz nach vorne. Da kann man das hier nämlich auch mal zeigen. Es ist ein Pony in einem Pikachu-Kostüm. Du hast quasi das Motiv rausgesucht, richtig?
Ja, genau.
Und was hast du da noch designt?
Also ich habe halt diese Schrift noch dazu gemacht, ich habe dieses Pokéball dazu gemacht, ich habe also diese Kleinigkeiten, die man hier so sehen kann, die habe ich noch extra dazu gezeichnet. Also so gesehen habe ich das im Internet gefunden und das hat mir direkt gefallen und habe ich gesagt, okay, dann zeichne ich noch ein paar Sachen dazu, damit das nicht direkt so gleich aussieht und
okay,
ja.
Super. Marco, aus wie vielen Mitgliedern besteht euer Team?
Zurzeit, wir waren 14, die anderen beiden sind leider krank geworden, wir sind jetzt 12 Spieler.
Okay, super. Und jetzt sag mir mal noch, warum lohnt es sich, in den Comic Planet Rheine zu kommen und dort mitzuzocken?
Ja, warum lohnt sich das? Es ist immer Fun da. Wir haben jeden ersten Freitag im Monat haben wir eine lange Spielenacht da. Das heißt, wir haben bis 24 Uhr offen, aber ja, bis 12 Uhr auf halt. Und es macht einfach Spaß. Die Leute sind einfach super. Es macht einfach Spaß. Man muss das einfach erleben. Einfach mal vorbeikommen zum Comic Planet Rheine. Man verpasst nichts, definitiv nicht.
Alles klar. Ihr habt das gehört? Guckt mal vorbei in den Comic Planet Rheine. Es freut sich drauf, euch dort zu sehen. Auf jeden Fall das Team Pokepony und die Ilona Flügge bestimmt auch. Danke. Danke.
Bitteschön.
It's been a long time. I got you on my mind. Long time. Long time. It's been a long time. I got you on my mind. Long time. One love, one heart.
Hello everyone, we are back live on the stream. Next to me, I have a very popular guest, Markus Statter, last year's champion of the German Nationals. Hi, Markus.
Hello,
Glad to
everyone.
see you here.
Nice that you have me. It's a pleasure for me to be on stream here, and yeah, I'm looking forward for some exciting games.
Oh yeah, we are going to see the next match of VGC. It's already top 4. We are going to see live on stream Luca Breitling-Pause, also known as Seabottle, versus Tobias Koschitsky. We do not know yet Tobias, but he is probably a really well player because he moved already to top 4, fighting for a trip to America. Maybe we can have a look at the bracket.
Yeah, Toby, not the most well-known player, but he definitely went to some high calibers. As we can see here, to advance to the semifinals versus Luca, he had to defeat David Sperati. Yeah, Luca beating Sergei Luna in the last round, so those two will face off. The other semifinal will be between Markus Stefan and Boris Akshos, which was on stream earlier today.
Oh yeah, Boris was shown the last round versus Matteo Cini was a really tough match. And I bet his match versus Blackleg is also becoming very tough. And I'm really looking forward to the match which is starting right now. We are going into team preview right now. And we are going to see Toby's team right here on the screen featuring a Metagross, a Jellicent, a Hydreigon, a Terrakion, a Thundurus, and a Landorus Terrier, probably Mega. Oh, and we're jumping right into the game, Marcus.
The team Toby is using is not something I'm very unfamiliar with, as it's a very basic team concept. People who run Mega Metagross often opt to have Hydreigon and Thundurus, Landorus T, and so on as the companions. And also the team Luca is using, which is Heatran, Landorus T, Scrafty, Gengar, Rotom Wash, and Venusaur, is something that is not unheard of.
Oh no, that composition of team we have seen several times on the screen already. There are a lot of players playing that core, consisting of Heatran, Landorus, Scrafty, Gengar, Rotom Wash.
Yes.
I think you used a pretty similar team as well, didn't you?
Actually, it was my friend Wolfie Glick from the US who used the team that was very similar, though he had a Mega Banette and managed to win regionals over there. And yeah, the team Toby is using is pretty similar to a build that was popularized by the likes of Zack, Drocamp, and yeah, so we've seen those teams before and we know what they do. Jumping right in the first turn, Scrafty obviously going for a fake out here. That Thundurus is not going to do anything, as Landorus outspeeds Gengar and goes for a U-turn on Scrafty, so that is probably going to be a choice scarf here.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about Gengar?
I like Gengar. Mostly you play with Sash, like you did last year.
Yes.
You know how good Gengar is. It can fire off Will-O-Wisp, hindering physical-based attackers. It can fire off strong attacks like Shadow Ball, and in this format, maybe even a Sludge Bomb to damage Fairy-type Pokemon. And it also got an Icy Wind.
Yes.
That's a pretty cool move to have to slow down the opponent's team and being faster, maybe allowing even slow Pokemon like Scrafty to outspeed the opponent's team. And
yeah, though on this turn, we saw Will-O-Wisp. Maybe Toby was predicting the Icy Wind switched into his Metagross, which of course has the ability Clear Body, so the speed wouldn't have dropped. Though Luca, maybe anticipating that play, goes for a Will-O-Wisp onto the Thundurus, which is now burned. While it may not affect the attack stat of the Thundurus, as it's mostly played as a special attacker, that chip damage will definitely help Luca to whittle it down.
Oh yeah, we have seen how important chip damage is to get certain knockouts on Pokemon, like Billa did last round, and we're seeing a switch on the incoming Landorus Terrier not triggering the Intimidate onto that Metagross because of its ability. Here we see it, and the Intimidate mostly won't hurt that Thundurus that much.
Yeah, Metagross goes for the Mega Evolution. Maybe goes for a Protect here to scout out what Gengar might have done, and yep, that's what you see right here. So I'm interested in seeing what Thundurus opted to go. And it went for a Thunderbolt on Scrafty. Good play, did not buy, like attacking the Gengar, for example, as it switched into the Landorus, which is of course ground type, and Scrafty attacked the Metagross, interestingly enough.
And now Luca is trying to get himself into a better position. He may scout if this Thunderous has maybe a hidden power, maybe a hidden power ice that is threatening the Landers. And he's trying to get a good position against the Metagross. He may Earthquake, maybe he got some flying Pokemon in the back to just being able to Earthquake, but I don't think he will do it unless he knows which move Thunderous is packing.
No, I don't think he would take such a risk. Also, something interesting to note for Luca right now is that he has both his Pokemon with the ability to Intimidate on the field right now. Both the Scrafty and the Landorus, but both of them failed to intimidate the Metagross. So if Toby does like good moves here and is predicting, he might have a good opportunity to deal some nice damage with this Metagross.
And this was, in my eyes, a nice turn by Luca.
Going for the U-turn on the Thunderous, so that now he can shuffle back the Intimidate, get off the Intimidate on the Metagross, which is also important.
And now Mega Venusaur is in a really good position.
As long as it doesn't get hit by a predicted Zen Headbutt, now that would be something interesting. But we do see the Iron Head.
And we see the hidden power, probably a hidden power ice, which is pretty common on those Thunderouses, to hit Landorus really hard and to hit Dragon types really hard, which resist Thunderbolt otherwise. And I think Luca is going to Mega Evolve the Venusaur if it has Protect. Maybe Tobias is going to catch that one and is trying to set us up and Thunderbolting into that Scrafty slot.
Though Luca also has the opportunity to go for a fake out and flinch the opponent's Mega Metagross. And then, I don't know, he could try to go for some Leech Seed action, gaining some health back on his Venusaur, which I think will be pretty important in this matchup actually. Despite the fact that Toby, of course, has his Mega Metagross, which matches very well against that.
As you mentioned, the Leech Seed action is the most part Venusaur does. It is really, really a defensive Pokemon. It can Leech Seed both Pokemon and get really much health back every turn. We've seen Luca winning with this strategy in a featured match before. It worked well. It worked well last year for our Italian champion, Florian. And the Metagross doesn't seem...
Yeah, it doesn't want to stay in there with -1 attack. As Toby goes for a double switch, switches into Hydreigon and Landorus, and we do see the fake out, so Luca did not really capitalize on that, and also a Sludge Bomb on the Landorus, which is obviously not very effective. Though he does get lucky and gets the poison.
Which puts a timer on the Landorus, and this may be crucial later on, because Venusaur likes to stay on the field for a long time of the match, and once you status every Pokemon of the opponent, Venusaur got a good match if it can't get one-shot by a Pokemon. Now there is a Hydreigon on the field, which is actually threatening the Venusaur, and but Scrafty could fire back with a super effective stab attack, a fighting attack into that Hydreigon. If it stands the attack, then Landorus is going to aim at him. I bet that Landorus is going to do some superpower or U-turn in that slot.
I think I'm liking Tobias's position a lot here, as he could go for a superpower and fire off a Draco Meteor or a Dark Pulse. As we know, Hydreigon with its high special attack can definitely do some nice damage.
Oh yeah.
And I think we might see some sack here on Luca's end as he protects his Venusaur. But nope, Scrafty does not get hit out yet, as Lando goes for a U-turn to switch into a more favorable position, as it seems. Now, if Tobias targeted that Venusaur with, say, a Dark Pulse or a Draco, that Scrafty could gain back some health, as you just mentioned, and that would be definitely something Luca would like to see here.
Depends on which slot Tobias is targeting. This turn turns around. Oh, and
nice prediction on Tobias.
Oh, and it lived actually with a slivering health. But one
oh
HP,
my gosh!
Oh.
1 HP survive. That was very, very clutch here. Gets off the Drain Punch, gets some health back. Nice play though on Tobias's end. He predicted the Protect on Venusaur, doubled up into Scrafty, but Scrafty with the enormous bulk was able to withstand both of those attacks.
This Scrafty is heavily trained into defense, it seems. Have you seen a Life Orb on that Hydreigon?
No, I don't think so. Though I don't really know.
Maybe it's locked into a move. Hydreigon loves to have Life Orb. If not Life Orb, they are oftentimes choice specs, but that damage was not that much, so I think it maybe just
I don't know. Or the Scrafty of Luca is just very, very bulky.
Oh, that could be as well.
We do see the Thunderbolt, but this time it is able to knock out the Scrafty, which feints for Luca. So no more fake out for him, at least in this game.
Oh, and going for Dark Pulse again, so it may indicate...
and we do see the flinch here. Of course, Dark Pulse, very nice move, always hits, and of course has that flinch chance. Tobias's team is really like loving to have those chances to get lucky on your opponent. I mean, he has attacks like Iron Head, Dark Pulse, and then of course also Thunder Wave, Rock Slide, and so on. So that certainly might have helped him in this tournament. Though now we do see Luca switching in his Landorus that is now threatening both of Tobias's Pokemon. Though I'm not sure if he is able to protect his Venusaur this turn.
I am wondering if this Venusaur is carrying something like a recover move to recover health back.
Like this Synthesis?
Right. This would be a cool thing to have, like going for the superpower into that Hydreigon and heal back up the Venusaur. That would be a really cool play for Luca, but...
Yeah, most Venusaurs opt to not go for that route and rather like the steady recovery with Leech Seed and Protect.
I'm wondering if that Hidden Power is going to take out the Venusaur, but I think it is enough. Depends on how much it is trained into special attack.
Yep, I mean it does have the ability Thick Fat as a Mega, so ice attacks are not super effective anymore. But Tobias decided to switch out into his Mega Metagross, interesting choice, and he also switches out his Hydreigon. We've seen this before from him, going for a double switch out, so he really likes to play with the bulkiness of his team, the resistances, intimidate, and so on, to reduce the damage that his opponent can really deal.
Oh, and Luca goes for the Rock Slide instead of the Superpower, maybe, because he wanted to get rid of the Thunders first.
And we do see a Leech Seed, so that's what we've been talking about. Landorus also poisoned, so now that damage will really, really stack up.
And now Luca has just to watch out for Metagross not going to attack into that Venusaur, because he wants to have it on the field as long as possible to get health back, to stay there. That's the game's Venusaur play. It plays a long game. It's not a hit and run player. It's a standalone there and it's waiting for the game to end. And we have oftentimes seen Venusaurs lasting longer than the game timer.
Yeah, we have definitely to look an eye out for that, because the game timer might play a factor here. So it's also important to take count of how many Pokemon each of those trainers have. As Tobias goes for a Rock Slide here, not dealing too much damage, but Luca is not dealing too much back either with his Rock Slide. So we might see Metagross knocking out the Venusaur, but no, it goes for a Substitute. Very, very good and interesting play here. Substitute something that we've seen on Mega Metagross in the past, but definitely helps him here, as I don't think Venusaur or the Landorus that is locked into Rock Slide can break it now.
Oh yeah, that's really huge. That's a good position for Tobias, as Landorus feints this turn, and Luca is probably thinking about how to win this game. He's probably thinking about, maybe I just keep my 4 Pokemon alive, maybe take out 1 Pokemon from Tobias, and though Tobias may have the upper hand with 2 Pokemon over Lucas 4, Lucas is maybe going to play on the timer to win it, because if he got 4 Pokemon left and Tobias just got 2 Pokemon left, Luca is going to take game 1, and he played very much tournaments already. He has been to Worlds several times, and he's probably going to know what he's doing, and that's...
Yeah, though with his Graph defended, I don't really think that he has any way to beat the Metagross, and Luca just hits the forfeit button, as he does not see a way to get rid of the Metagross. I mean, he did have Gengar in the back, though we do not know whether it has Shadow Ball or not, as some of the Gengars opt to go for something like Icy Wind and Sludge Bomb, for example, over Shadow Ball. So maybe there was not really any way for him to deal with this Metagross.
And he didn't want to show any more information about his team. We have seen this in our match before, where Matteo Cini showed Billa every move on Greninja just to make him afraid of the moves Greninja has. This is the other way around. Luca doesn't want to show any move on his Pokemon, so he can maybe have the upper hand in the second game. He's probably planning on a game plan right now, and we are just hopping back into the team preview again.
Yeah, going into team preview, I'm pretty sure Luca has to think about what went wrong this game, and I think the obvious answer is that this Metagross, like, he didn't have any way to deal with it except for the Scrafty, which got knocked out early. So maybe he wants to bring his Heatran into this battle, as Heatran, of course, matches very, very well with against Metagross that does not have an attack like Hammer Arm or Earthquake. And as we saw Substitute, we can safely expect Metagross not to have that, though some people run both of those in the past.
I think Luca is a bit afraid by bringing Metagross because there's Terrakion, there's Jellicent, there's Hydreigon with potentially Earth Power, and there is a Landorus. I think Luca is a bit afraid of bringing it, but maybe it would pay out if he brings it to get rid of the Metagross, making the way free for his Venusaur to stand on the field, leech stealing everything.
Exactly. Maybe he needs to get a burn on it with his Gengar at some point, as that could be something to really shut down that Mega Metagross. And I also think that Rotom Wash is not too bad against the team Tobias has, as it loses to Hydreigon, but it has a neutral matchup against the other mons, really. So
and at least it can touch Metagross for really good damage with strong Hydro Pumps, strong Thunderbolts, and maybe potentially burn it.
Yeah. So that is something I'm interested in seeing whether Luca decided that this was the time to bring Rotom. Though once again he leads off with Scrafty and Gengar, so that's probably what he has theory to be the best lead against Tobias' team. I'm not entirely sure this is going to work out, as this turn or with Metagross like all the time, does it protect and Mega Evolve to get the speed boost, or does it just attack? So as we know that the Landorus of Tobias has a Choice Scarf, he could, like Luca could safely go for a Fake Out and say Will-O-Wisp on that slot, but we'll see.
Let's see how Luca plays it. If he goes for the Fake Out onto that Metagross, that would be a huge advantage for Luca if he really pulls off the Will-O-Wisp into that Metagross slot, predicting that switch out. Let's see what happens. And
Metagross did not protect, but a wise switch into Thundurus. And we do see the Icy Wind, So, very good play on Tobias' end. Switches out his Landorus, does not even go for the U-turn because he expects the Fake Out from Scrafty and leaves his Metagross in, does not protect, goes for the Iron Head to deal some massive damage on Gengar. Though this time...
a critical hit.
I'm not sure that mattered too much. Though this time, as Metagross Mega Evolves, the ability, of course, changes. So now it was affected by Icy Wind's speed drop.
And Gengar is faster now, but it's down to its Focus Sash, only one attack left from feigning, and Tobias got a really good position right now. He played that first turn really well, reading Luca like an open book, and we are going to see what's happened next. Luca is probably trying to take on the Metagross for his Mega Venusaur to shine in the back. It's pretty hard right now because I guess Tobias is probably going to save the Metagross and going outside of that battlefield.
I'd be shocked if he just left the Metagross in. Luca wisely protects here with Gengar, maybe anticipating a protect on Metagross and Thundurus targeting it. So I would expect Luca to go for, say, a knockoff on the Thundurus. And we do see an Icy Wind on the aforementioned Gengar, and a Taunt coming out here. Now that is something interesting. Taunt Scrafty.
Taunt Scrafty seems really interesting. We've seen it already on Luca. And he used it to taunt Thundurus. Thundurus is very well known for throwing around priority Thunder Waves and swagger even. And now Thundurus can't Thunder Wave the Gengar, which is faster than Metagross and Thundurus because of that Icy Wind we already have seen. And now Metagross must switch out almost because it's now in fear of that Will-O-Wisp from Gengar.
Yeah, normally you would want the Thundurus to not Thunder Wave your whole team and thus taunting it, but in this specific case I think he wanted to prevent the taunt on the Gengar so that he can Will-O-Wisp the Metagross. So good play on both players' ends, though I think Luca probably got the better end of this turn. As we do see, Tobias doesn't want to risk his Metagross getting burned and switches out into his Landorus, though I'm not sure if this is the wisest decision if Luca decided to go for that Will-O-Wisp.
And he actually goes for the Icy Wind.
Nice play on Luca's end. Very, very good. getting the one-hit knockout on Thunderous with a critical hit and dealing some nice damage to Thunderous in the process.
So Luca is in the front right now, and we see the Citrus Berry activating on that Thunderous, and Scrafty is now going to attack the Thunderous, which is the only Pokemon left on the field, and we're seeing the knockout from Thunderous to Gengar, and Gengar is coming back to Luca, probably recovering.
And yeah, a Drain Punch, probably on the same slot if like Hydreigon was coming in or something. So yeah, good play on Luca's end, though now that Landorus is out and yeah, Metagross switched back, obviously the speed drop is not in effect anymore, and he does not have his Gengar to burn the Metagross. So now Tobias still has that Meta Metagross that threatens Luca's Venusaur.
I'm really looking forward how Luca is planning this match, because he knows that Metagross is a huge threat to the Venusaur, and maybe he didn't even bring it. Maybe he saw the matchup and saw how it worked, and we do not know yet what it is in the back from Luca. He hides it pretty well. Maybe didn't even bring Venusaur and making Tobias think that he has to play against that Venusaur, putting himself into the position where he can beat the Venusaur, and Luca is bringing out something totally different.
Yeah, that is definitely something that we can expect from those Mega Venusaur teams. If the matchup is good, great, throw it out there and take an easy win. If the matchup is bad, leave it at home. The other four still work very well together. And yeah, in this particular game, Luca managed to get himself into a more favorable position against the opponent's Metagross, and now his fourth mon will be revealed.
And here we see the Mega Venusaur. He didn't hesitate to bring it in. It's now open for an attack.
Oh, and we see the U-turn, so this is really what this team is all about. Getting Landorus back out, Scrafty back in, regaining the ability to use Fake Out, and of course reshuffling that Intimidate. So now the opponent's Mega Metagross will be at -2 attack, halving its attack damage.
And now Venusaur can stand attacks from Metagross, but both attacks of Metagross are able to flinch that Venusaur. That is pretty huge for such a slow Pokemon as Venusaur is.
Oh, and he went for the Zen Headbutt on the Landorus slot. So very, very nice play here for Luca. Gets the Scrafty into that slot, eats up the HPIs as if it was nothing, and now Luca is in a very, very good position for this game.
Both attacks totally aimed at that Venusaur which switched in the other slot. That's what doubles play is for.
Yes.
You have to decide which slot to attack. That was a huge play on Luca's side. He brought in the Venusaur pretty safely, and Metagross is now down at -2 attack and can't beat that Venusaur.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how well that play from Luca was. Like he switched out the Scrafty, and by U-turning out, he got it back into the other slot. And Tobias does not seem to be too worried with his Metagross being at -2 attack, as he does not switch out here. Let's see who Luca targets with Fake Out. Targets the Thunderous though, which very rarely carries Protect.
That's a good play from Luca's side, because if he takes out the Thunderous, he can't reset, and he takes it out. That's a huge play by Luca.
Yeah.
Huge play. Metagross can't reset its attack stat and is now at -2, and probably the Landorus is coming back in from on Luca, and he will shuffle the Intimidates onto that Metagross and probably taking down that Hydreigon with a super effective hit from Scrafty, or later on from Landorus, because Landorus doesn't want an Earthquake in this matchup.
Yeah, very, very good playing on Luca's end. Venusaur just eats up that -2 Zen Headbutt, and now he's in a very, very good position to take this game. Though, of course, we do know Hydreigon and Metagross both carry moves, so that can flinch. So maybe this will come into effect in this game.
Oh yeah, flinches can turn around games. We have seen it a lot on the stream. This meta game is affected a lot by flinching. Fast flinching mons like Rock Slide Landorus. We see the Dark Pulse Hydreigon, Rock Slide Terrakion. That's all Pokemon to consider when you are going to want to have a favorable flinch matchup.
Yes, but with Landorus, that is potentially scarfed in the back. He should have a good option to take out Tobias's Hydreigon anyway. So, yeah, we do see the Draco going on to Scrafty, and once again, it hangs on.
That Scrafty is really, really trained into defense. It's so bulky.
Oh, and gets back the HP with Drain Punch. Yeah, that's what this team is about. Most members do have a way to get recovery or Venusaur leech seeds the opponent for them, and then they switch in and stuff like that. Yeah, it's really hilarious. And now, yeah, can't stress how well Luca played. He did a good job of conserving his Mega Venusaur, and yeah, taking down the Metagross will be the last step for victory here for him.
Metagross is tough to take down, actually, isn't it? I think we are going to see a long match because he will probably try to set up a substitute later on to avoid the leech seed.
Yeah, but then Landorus can probably
go. Look at this! Look at this!
We do see the Draco. He does not go for the double target on Venusaur, but now let's see if Scrafty is able to survive. No, it is not. But Venusaur probably has its way to deal with Hydreigon or Metagross right now. As I was thinking that maybe this is one of the rare occasions that Luca actually wants to lock himself into Earthquake, but yeah, as we see, he leech seeded. He leech seeded the Metagross. Leech seed hits, so now he's probably not going to Earthquake, but rather just take out the Hydreigon and then have Venusaur just drain the leech and drain the health from the Metagross.
The match could have turned around if actually Tobias would have doubled up into that Venusaur right now instead of taking out that Scrafty, because if the Venusaur would have been gone, wouldn't the matchup be better for Luca?
That's a play that he definitely considered, though there was the possibility that Luca just switched out Venusaur into his Landorus. And then I also do think that Scrafty's Drain Punch would have been enough to knock out the Hydreigon probably. Okay. So then he would have had Landorus versus the -3 attack Metagross, and that would have been an easy game. So now we just do see the U-turn on the Hydreigon, knocks it out, and now it is Mega Metagross against the world.
Tobias is now down to Mega Metagross, Iron heading that Landorus for almost 0 damage, and Venusaur is getting back some health due to Leech Seed.
Yeah, and Tobias is definitely to come up with a better plan to disrupt Luca's strategy here. He did a good job in Game 1, but in Game 2, Luca adapted to what he saw, anticipated the substitute and stuff like that, so he made sure that Metagross was intimidated and threatened right away, so that it would never come down to a position where Metagross could have gone for a sub, and now he's just Giga draining and slowly whittling off the HP of that Mega Metagross. Yes.
He had a really good match plan, didn't he? He really planned through how to win this game, how to set up the Venusaur to win this game, to win the game versus Metagross. It didn't work out at the beginning. It was kind of on the edge, some turns, but then later on, here we see the
forfeit, and good game to both of them. I think the deciding turn was definitely when Luca went for the U-turn and brought in his Scrafty. That was very good play on his end. And interested in seeing how Tobias is going to adapt for the third game, seeing as both players brought the exact 4 mons to both of those games, so maybe we might see some, I don't know, Chalicent, though it's probably not their way to deal with Mega Venusaur.
I'd love to see the Heatran once. I've not seen the Heatran on Luca's side. He's really afraid of the team because of the Landorus and Terrakion and Chalicent, but maybe he tries to...
Yeah, maybe now he expects Toby not to bring those, as he opted to stick with the same 4 that Toby brought in the first game.
And we are hopping right into team preview again, because Game 3 is about to start in a minute. Here we see again the team. This could potentially be some Trick Room mode as well with that Chalicent. Chalicent is well known for having Trick Room, having Will-O-Wisp, having the immunity to water attacks because of its ability.
Yeah, though on this specific team, I'm not sure if he's using the exact same version that others have used in the past. The Chalicent, I know, had Taunt, as far as I know.
Oh, that's
so that could also be something. But I'm not actually thinking that we might see Chalicent here, as it does lose to a lot of mons on Luca's team.
And we see the Scrafty Gengar lead again.
He really likes those.
And we see the Genie lead.
Yeah, once again, same matchup as in the first game, and we know how that turned out. So it's definitely interesting to seeing how those two will play out the same turn. Does Tobias go for a switch out into his Metagross? Does Luca maybe go for a Will-O-Wisp this time onto the Landorus and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I think the lead matchup is in favor of Luca because he got the fake out. He can take out one Pokemon out of this turn, and let Gengar do what it wants. It could potentially Icy Wind, or as you mentioned, Will-O-Wisp, the right slot.
Yep.
This would be crucial if it gets an early Will-O-Wisp onto that Mega Metagross, which is really threatening to Lucas' team. But Tobias is, I think he wants to avoid that one.
Okay, I'm thinking that Will-O-Wisping the Landorus slot comes at no real risk for Luca. He went for the Fake Out on the Thundurus, and the U-turn comes out on Scrafty, doing some nice chip damage. But now, what does he want to switch into it? There could be an Icy Wind coming, or a Will-O-Wisp, so...
Or even a Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, or maybe something like that. So let's see what Tobias decides to bring here. Also something that was interesting is, Tobias could have gone for a similar play to what Luca did earlier on and switch out the Thundurus for Mega Metagross, for example, and then go for a U-turn and switch it out the other slot so that he would get his Thundurus burned instead of one of those physical attackers. But as he has Hydreigon in the back, that is something that he can safely switch into this Will-O-Wisp.
That was a good prediction on Tobias' side. He actually didn't want to risk that burn onto the Metagross he probably brought as 4th Pokemon, as we now have already seen 3. Hydreigon is a good choice right now, only fearing a Drain Punch from that little Scrafty dancing over there. Gengar could potentially fire off an Icy Wind. I don't see what's wrong with an Icy Wind right now, but coming down to Focus Sash is always a thing. Gengar is mostly taken out by 2 hits all the time in the all the time you use it. You know how to use Gengar, I guess.
Yeah, I think I kind of do. Though maybe Luca wants to conserve his Gengar Fullator to deal with the Metagross a little bit better in like reducing its speed and attack by Icy Winding and Will-O-Wisping. Though he just decides to go for the offensive and go for the Icy Wind, deal some chip damage, getting the speed drop on both of Tobias's Mons. And yeah, let's see if Tobias can take out the Scrafty this time, if he decided to do so. As, yep, we do see the Thunderbolt. And might also see the Draco Meteor. Yep, here it comes.
Oh yeah.
I think this time it might be enough to take out the Scrafty.
Oh yeah, and we see the first knockout. This might be crucial, as Tobias' plan is to interrupt that Intimidate shuffle, because he doesn't want to lower the attack stack of his Metagross, and therefore taking out Scrafty is actually a good play. He can't shuffle anymore, there's only Landorus, and it's hard to switch Landorus into like Thundurus and Hydreigon, because they have both pretty strong attacks against Landorus, and that's pretty hard.
Yeah.
Tobias got the upper hand right now.
Yeah, I do think so too. Also something interesting now is that Thundurus can go for a taunt on Gengar to restrict it from using Will-O-Wisp or any other status move. And I don't see how Luca can really punish that. I mean, sure, he could go for a Rock Slide, trigger the Citrus Berry on Thundurus, and maybe get off an Icy Wind. But I don't think that is enough to KO the Thundurus, though I'm not entirely sure on their respreads, obviously. And yeah, I don't know. He could probably switch into Metagross as now, though he still does not know about the 4th move on Gengar, though, does he?
I don't think that Gengar protected already.
Okay.
Did he?
I mean, I think he protected, but I'm not sure if he knows about which stab attack it is using. Oh, we do see the Earthquake. Oh, this is huge. He predicted the Metagross to come in just as I said, but we don't see any switches on Tobias's end, and he just stays in there, doesn't take any damage, though Sludge Bomb fortunately is able to take out that Hydreigon. That turn, depending on what Tobias decides to do, goes for the Hidden Power Ice on Landorus. That'll do some massive damage. Had he just gone for a U-turn here, Luca could have like really capitalized on that play, but he went for the Earthquake, and now Tobias can switch in his own Landorus, get the Intimidate off, and Landorus is now stuck to using Earthquake, which won't do anything at all here, so he probably has to switch out, and I'm thinking that Tobias can definitely capitalize on that in his turn.
No, he got definitely the upper hand. He got the board control right now, as he knows that Luca is going to switch out that Landorus, that Gengar is going probably for the Icy Wind.
Yeah, another play Tobias could do, though, is go for a U-turn on Gengar and then Thunderbolt it. I'm not sure if that would KO it, but it's definitely something to consider.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, Tobias has definitely a way to punish Luca's move, whatever he does.
Let's have a look.
Goes for the switch out, does not protect Gengar, as Thundurus goes for a Thunder Wave. Okay. Maybe trying to get some flinches here. Yeah, goes for the Rock Slide. Okay. So we'll see. I'm hoping for Luca that he manages to land the ice win, but no, it flinches.
As we've seen a lot on the screen, Rockslide tends to flinch more often than it should. It's a pretty safe move to bring when you're in the back, and now Tobias is in the front position, and flinching slow Pokemon is easier than flinching faster Pokemon, and now that Gengar is paralyzed, it's a slow Pokemon. It won't attack that often anymore.
Though now Tobias has to make a choice. Does he want to double up into that Gengar and like knock it out right away, or does he want to probably taunt the Venusaur and prevent it from going for a Leech Seed? As Luca, interestingly enough, goes for a Protector. I'm not sure if that was the right call, as there was not really any damage potential here that could have dealt with it. And we do see the double up on the Gengar. Nice play on Tobias's end. Knocks out the Gengar. And yeah, as I said, Luca should have gone for an attack with this Venusaur here, though I'm not even sure if that would have even helped his position too much.
Oh no, the position is pretty bad, and I'm really looking forward to how Luca is trying to put himself
Maybe
back.
He has to go for the flinches himself.
Where's the Rockslide? There's a way.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any other option right now than pressing Rockslide with his own Landorus, hoping that one or two Pokemon flinch, try to Leech Seed both Pokemon, and standing there with the Venusaur. I guess that's the play he's going. Oh.
Yeah, but we still have the potential of a taunt coming here, though once again Tobias does not go for it, as it seems.
No.
Maybe a flinch and, I don't know, some luck can help Luca to get back into this. Though Thunder is surviving this attack, and it might just be enough to knock out Lucas's Landorus right here. Oh, as the Leech Seed misses the Landorus, and HP Ice takes care of Landorus.
And we have seen that Tobias' Landorus was faster than Lucas' Landorus, meaning that next turn Lucas' Landorus would have fainted anyhow due to a Rock Slide.
Yep, and yeah, it's game over right here. He didn't reveal the taunt on Thunderous, I think, but Luca was safe to assume that it had it. And yeah, we do see Tobias advancing actually to the finals of the German national
That's huge.
tournament.
I didn't know Tobias before we had him on screen, and now he's actually in the finals, probably going to Washington, D.C. That would be awesome for a newcomer, hopping into the game right there, competing at the World Championships.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
very good playing on both ends. Luca looked a little bit dumb here as he Earthquaked with 3 monsters that weren't affected by it at all. But as I said, I think it was a very, very good move to make, though it didn't pay off in this game. And yeah, Tobias got the better end of it. Congratulations to him, advancing to the finals. Definitely, good job.
Good job on Luca's side as well, as he showed again that he's a high-level player. He already won several tournaments. He has been at Worlds several times. He's a high-level player, and doing that top 4 card is huge for Luca, as he's probably going to other events as well.
Yeah, he might have been in for his trip as well. So yeah, congratulations to him as well, of course. And I'm very interested in seeing how Tobias will fare off in the finals, potentially playing another team that is very similar to what we saw from Luca. As we know, Blackleg, Marcus Stefan is also running 5 of the same monsters than Luca has. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how he managed to fare against Billa.
I'm really hyped right now. We know that Billa is a really, really good player. We know that Blackleg is a really good player. And now I'm really looking forward how Tobias is doing finals right now. Want to see some Twitter feeds. We got Twitter feeds right there. The crowd gathered for
get
Pokemon
in
Masters.
Hashtag PKM 2015 Germany.
Twitter at us. We are looking forward for your tweets. That's Scrafty.
Yeah. Clutch surviving there. Gaining back the health with Drain Punch. Scrafty, something that was a little bit underrated as the Fairy type came up, which is obviously 4 times super effective. But we've seen players to play around that, and Scrafty definitely something to watch out if you're building a team.
They used it to big success. I've not seen a single Mega Gardevoir on the screen today.
So maybe it was a very good meta call here.
Yeah.
Not as many Guardies as we expected, and so Scrafty was really able to do some work here. The crowd is gathered. So yeah.
That's a Twitch from my friends. But we are looking forward to see tweets from you guys. We are looking forward to interact with you. We are Twitch, as you have seen before. We are talking to you guys. That's what we are really doing. We are looking forward to the finals coming up. And for the finals, I'll have a new partner. I'll have Nemanja Sandic, also known as Perengan. He will be commentating alongside with me. Last year he went 4-2 at Worlds.
At Worlds, yeah, I got 10th place there, so he's definitely a very professional player as well. I'm enjoying a lot watching the streams as someone. Thank you a lot. We appreciate that. And yeah, thanks a lot for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Commentating.
Yes, well, a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward for the finals, though that time I'll be just sitting there relaxed and you have to do your job commentating.
Thank you a lot, Marcus. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. So yeah, bye-bye. Stick with us for the finals, and yeah, see you in a bit.
So, ich stehe hier mit dem Team Pokepony. Das sind alles Spieler aus dem Comic Planet Rheine. Und die haben sich extra für das Event Team-Shirts drucken lassen. Da steht nicht nur drauf eben Pokepony. Übrigens, der Name ist Programm, weil die Leute spielen alle zum einen Pokémon und zum anderen auch My Little Pony. Und du drehst dich vielleicht mal rum, da kann man nämlich sehen, das Shirt ist hinten sogar gebrandet extra für das Event. Mit Stuttgart 2015. Eine super Sache. Und danke. Und ich habe hier den Team-Captain vom Team Pokepony, das ist der Marco. Grüß dich, Marco.
Hallo.
Und Marco, vielleicht sagst du mal kurz, wie seid ihr drauf gekommen, das zu machen und warum wird bei euch so beides gespielt? My Little Pony und Pokémon.
Ja, also wie sind wir drauf gekommen? Wir sind einfach drauf gekommen, wir wollten dieses Mal was anderes machen, wir wollten mal diesmal auffallen, sag ich mal. Und wir hatten erst die Idee gehabt, erst so ein ganz normales Pikachu mit den alten fliegendes Pikachu. So, da kam ein Kollege von mir, hat gesagt, mach doch einfach ein Pokepony raus. Ja, dadurch kam dann das Pokepony.
Hier habe ich auch den Stefan, das ist einer von 2 Leuten, die quasi im Comic Planet Rheine auch immer die Turniere judgen.
Guten Tag.
Und jetzt muss ich ja gerade mal fragen, warum hast du kein Shirt an?
Einmal hat es finanzielle Gründe, weil sonst wäre ich jetzt nicht hier.
Okay.
Und ja, zu spät gemeldet, sagen wir mal so, ein bisschen verplant.
Alles klar.
Muss man halt mit den Finanzen ein bisschen hinkommen. Ne?
Kann passieren, aber ich habe gehört, ihr wollt nächstes Jahr wieder dasselbe machen und wahrscheinlich mit neuen Shirts dann. Und vielleicht klappt es dann?
Auf jeden Fall dann.
Okay. Und dann haben wir hier auch noch den Mario. Der hat nämlich mehr oder weniger das Motiv für das Shirt rausgesucht. Mario, vielleicht komm noch mal ganz kurz nach vorne. Da kann man das hier nämlich auch mal zeigen. Das ist ein Pony in einem Pikachu-Kostüm. Du hast quasi das Motiv rausgesucht, richtig?
Ja, genau.
Und was hast du da noch designt?
Also ich habe halt diese Schrift noch dazu gemacht, ich habe dieses Pokéball dazu gemacht, ich habe also diese Kleinigkeiten, die man hier so sehen kann, die habe ich noch extra dazu gezeichnet. Also so gesehen habe ich das im Internet gefunden und das hat mir direkt gefallen und habe ich gesagt, okay, dann zeichne ich noch ein paar Sachen dazu, damit das nicht direkt so gleich aussieht und
okay,
ja.
Super. Marco, aus wie vielen Mitgliedern besteht euer Team?
Zurzeit, wir waren 14, die anderen beiden sind leider krank geworden, wir sind jetzt 12 Spieler.
Okay, super. Und jetzt sag mir mal noch, warum lohnt es sich, in den Comic Planet Rheine zu kommen und dort mitzuzocken?
Ja, warum lohnt sich das? Es ist immer Fun da. Wir haben jeden ersten Freitag im Monat haben wir eine lange Spielenacht da. Das heißt, wir haben bis 24 Uhr offen, aber ja, bis 12 Uhr auf halt. Und es macht einfach Spaß. Die Leute sind einfach super. Es macht einfach Spaß. Man muss es einfach erleben. Einfach mal vorbeikommen zum Comic Planet Rheine. Man verpasst nichts, definitiv nicht.
Alles klar. Ihr habt das gehört? Guckt mal vorbei in den Comic Planet Rheine. Es freut sich drauf, euch dort zu sehen. Auf jeden Fall das Team Pokepony und die Ilona Flügge bestimmt auch. Danke. Danke.
Bitteschön.
It's been a long time. I got you on my mind. Long time. Long time. It's been a long time. I got you on my mind. Long time.
Test. Good. Hello. This is it, everybody. We are finally here after 2 long days of trading card game action. We found 2 players that have qualified themselves to become the German national champion. We have a match between Niklas and David right now coming up, and I can't wait for the final to begin.
Yeah, I can't as well. Actually, the matchup is very interesting. We had a few finals with mirror matches, a few finals where one deck had a so huge matchup against the other one. It was very boring, but I think this matchup is very good.
We've seen that Niklas is playing his metal deck. We've seen it a couple of times during the live stream. And also David. David Sturm, he is using his Flareon deck, and while he used that Leafeon quite often during the last match, now I think it's going to be Flareon.
Yes, Flareon is a fire Pokemon. Well, metal Pokemon are weak to fire Pokemon. So obviously he will use the Flareon more often. But since Flareon needs 2 energy cards, double colors energy card, Edgy Slash will be a problem for him as well.
So we see that the players are just about to get started. We see the setup here. We are ready to go. We are pumped to see this final unfold, and I think Niklas and David are as well. On the right-hand side, we see Niklas with these pink sleeves, and the Pikachu sleeves belong to David's deck, while he is taking out a good luck charm, maybe.
Yeah, Klannert. It's an anime. So the game starts, and Niklas is able to start the game. This is very important because both players want to evolve their Pokemon. David needs to evolve his Eevees, and Niklas needs to evolve his Bronzongs.
If I remember correctly, this could be the very first match where Seismitoad is not the #1 attacker on either sides. In every single live stream we've seen today and yesterday, there was a Seismitoad involved, but right now we're looking at decks that have a different approach to the game.
Yeah, the thing is, Niklas is playing Seismitoad, and this matchup is actually very good to attack with it. Yeah, but it's not his only option. He will just use it, well, when he uses it, he will just use it at the beginning of the game to prevent David from getting Pokemon in his discard pile. But, well, he played Computer Search for N or Keldeo, and he discarded 2 Metal Energy cards. This is very good because Metal Energy cards can be attached from the discard pile to one of his benched Pokemon with Bronzong's ability, and Keldeo is nice because you can use Rush and Retreat, and in this matchup, he can attach his Floatstones.
And exactly right, item locks will not be as important in this match if Niklas decides not to bring out his Seismitoad early on in the game. He has one in his hand, if I saw that correctly. There's an Ultra Ball. No, it was a Dialga. There's the Ultra Ball. Lysander into the discard pile, Dialga into the discard pile. As David is not relying on Pokemon X to attack, he can get rid of his Dialga early on in the game. Oh, yeah, but there is that Seismitoad.
We see the Seismitoad. Yeah, well, Niklas is playing this one Jeetsis, and it's a very good combo. We found out that if you attack with Quaking Punch the whole game, and then there are some points where you stop attacking with Quaking Punch. And in this turn, you can just play Jeetsis, draw a lot of cards, and your opponent can play item cards the next turn as well, because you shuffled all of them back in the deck. This is a very good play, but it really relies on the situation. Jeetsis is a card which is very difficult to use. And Niklas didn't attach any energy card, just used Rush in, and David is now going for his Leafeon, because he expects Niklas to set up his Seismitoad.
And as you can see, that's Eevee's Pokemon power right there. If you attach a basic energy card to it, or any energy card, no, if it's a basic energy card, you can look for a Pokemon that evolves from. Hasn't he seen any Leafeon there? No, there was a Leafeon, I think.
Yes.
That would be a tough break for David if there was no Leafeon in the deck, but I think I saw one. He's just looking for his deck to count a couple of key cards.
Yes, a lot of people do this. As long as it doesn't take too much time, it's a legal play, but sometimes when you take too much time, might be a slow play, but this really depends on the situation. And especially in this match, this is the final match of a national championship. So the judges know the players are a bit nervous and most likely want to check everything 3 or 4 times.
Here's the Professor Sycamore for 7 new cards. There's also a nice and shiny execute.
And he drew 3 EVs. This is very huge.
Talk about flexibility. Here come those EVs. Taking his time here. Ultra Ball, using that execute to not have to discard too many cards. That's just typical for David's deck. Turns, especially the earlier ones, take a lot of time. Oh, look at this. It's a Glaceon. The Team Plasma Glaceon. Yeah, which is reducing the retreat costs, I think.
Yes, with Glaceon he's able to retreat his active Deoxys to attack with Leafeon the next turn. So if Nicholas decides to attack with Quaking Punch, David can just retreat and deal 100 damage. And Nicholas isn't playing Max Potion, so the only option to get rid of damage is AZ. But it's a supporter card and he doesn't have a draw engine like Slurpuff. So it's a bit more like involved when you try to beat a Leafeon.
So we've seen an action from Niklas to maybe tend to that Seismitoad and a reaction by David to power up that Leafeon, threatening that Seismitoad. So maybe Niklas has a change of mind and is deciding not to go with that Seismitoad after all.
Yeah, the thing is, if he sets up an Aegislash, which is able to deal 100 damage, he can just knock out Leafeon.
Oh, there's a Jesus.
Yeah, but David can just 2-hit knock out the Aegislash, for example. So this might become a problem for Nicholas.
People in the chat are asking if these are already the finals. Yes, this is the final match of the game, of the day, and also the nationals. It's David against Niklas. We are looking for the national championship winner here in Germany.
Yeah. Now Niklas just ended his turn. He didn't use the ability of Bronzong. And David is... Now he has all of his Eevee on the bench.
Wow, look at this.
Is using Jirachi.
Grass, Fire and Ice, or in this case Water evolutions, are out there. Another Eevee just waiting for its trainer to decide what kind of color it's going to evolve in. And the Jirachi is going to provide David with a much needed Professor Sycamore.
Yeah, so now, but this opens Nicholas the option to just knock out Deoxys, Jirachi and 2 Pokémon. And David doesn't have any bench space for his Empoleon anymore. Empoleon's a very good card, especially in this matchup, because it doesn't need any special energy cards. And Nicholas always has a lot of Pokemon on the bench. And the ability, of course, is very strong.
Yes, it looks like he's getting rid of the ability to get that Empoleon by also discarding Arceus Ace in a Hole, or is he not? Maybe there are some second thoughts. Well, no, he is discarding it. Well, yeah. It is not really getting rid of the option. He always has that Versus Seeker, but he decides to discard it.
Yeah, actually, when you have VS Seeker, it's more likely to get a VS Seeker than a one-off Archie. So if he has only VS Seeker and already discarded the Archie, he can just get it this way.
No need for another Deoxys as it hits the discard pile with that Acrobike. Another Ultra Ball. You can see here he is taking his time for these turns. A lot of item cards to be played. Another Flareon. He decides that Flareon is going to be the #1 Pokemon he needs to go with to threaten Niklas' bench and active Pokemon.
Yeah, now he got the Grass Energy card onto the Flareon, so when he gets another grass energy card or a water energy card, he can just attack and knock out the Edgy Slash.
As long as Niklas is deciding to not attach any metal energy to its Pokemon or double colorless, that Leafeon is not going to do any damage anytime soon with its first attack.
Now it looks like Niklas is going for a Seismitoad.
He's considering it. He was reaching for those metal energy cards.
Well, the thing is, if David is able to knock out his Edgy Slash, he can knock out the Flareon with his Seismitoad. Or maybe he has a Lysander in his hand and just wants to knock out the Flareon now. But no, he plays N.
Six new cards for both players. Neither of these players have drawn any prizes so far.
And it looks like David only has like item cards in his hand.
I see a Battle Compressor there. Ultra Ball here for Niklas. Another Metal Energy hitting the discard pile. He has one more in his hand. Oh, it's N.
Yeah, the question is, does he want to attach the Metal Energy or not? It would give David the option to deal 40 more damage. But with the 3 energy cards in play, that's 60. So it would deal 140 damage with Deoxys and Weakness. So attaching 1 energy might be safe.
And remember, he's using that Quaking Punch, so even if David has that Silver Bangle, he couldn't attach it because we see it in his hand. He would love to attach it, but that Seismitoad would prevent that from happening as he attacks.
And David top-decked Professor Sycamore.
Not too bad. That's exactly what he needed in this case.
And he got the Grass Energy card.
So
and
now
he could attach it to the Flareon, but he goes for Leaf Blade Heads. We already saw this in the top 4 match. If he flips heads,
let's see.
Seismitoad is knocked out, and
how lucky he gets. He was lucky last time. What's it going to be? It's another heads, and you see him fist pump. That was a very important heads right there. And Niklas is left with no energy cards here and no Pokemon ready to bounce back.
Yeah, now he needs a Floatstone or a Switch card, so he could charge his Edgy Slash.
No, he doesn't have it.
It looks like he doesn't have... Oh, he does have the Professor Juniper. So if he gets Switch or Floatstone, he already has 1 Switch in the discard pile. He can attack with Edgy Slash.
Doesn't look like it. A lot of double colorless energy there in his hand. Steel Shelter, not very important in this matchup.
It looks like he with the Floatstone or Switch.
Yeah, I see a Muscle Band, I think. Yeah. Well. That's his discard pile. So 1 energy to Seismitoad, 2 to Aegis Slash. So that Bronzong would live both attacks, even if David flipped heads.
Yeah, now David, I guess he hopes for Lysander to knock out the Seismitoad with another heads, or he gets a Silver Bangle.
Has a lot of cards.
He has a Silver Bangle in his hand, so he only needs the Lysander to get 2 very easy prize cards, and then it should be already over.
Acro by. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, he got exactly what he wanted. This was a Seeker. He's playing it right now.
Yeah, he has a Lysander this Discord Pile, so this is game.
There's Seismitoad. And there's that Silverbank he wasn't able to play last turn. Now this doesn't look good for Niklas. David in command of this match right now.
Yeah, when David attached a Grass Energy card to his Flareon, he just... Then there is no Pokemon Niklas can attack with. Because every Edgy-Slash will get knocked out, and the Keldeo gets knocked out as well by Flareon.
Even if he had that Lysander's trump card, do you think he could bounce back with that Aegislash sitting on the bench?
Maybe. But Niklas isn't playing any Lysander's trump cards. So
oh, he's out of options here.
There is nothing he can do. He can, when he has a Lysander for the Flareon on the bench, with a bit luck, he could win, but...
Looking through his discard pile, there's this Lysander. Maybe he's eyeing out that Lysander to give him one more turn. I don't see a versus Seeker though.
I guess he just... There isn't a lot he can do. He checks how many Pokemon in David's discard pile are.
Well done by David. He anticipated that and did not attach any double colorless to his Flareon. Instead, opted to go with basic energy. And is putting Niklas in a very tough spot. Not much he can do. There's Colress. Now he's out of options.
Yeah, even though it's chorus for 9.
What can he draw?
Well, I guess he will just retreat into the Bronzor to stall a turn. But that won't help a lot, I guess.
And then he says game.
So now it's 1-0 for David.
David leading the way. It's a very flexible deck, I noticed. It has obviously a couple of different attackers to make use of and react to different styles. I was always wondering, why haven't we seen this deck for quite some time in the past? Because a lot of these cards are fairly old.
You mean the Flareon?
The Flareon, Leafeon deck, exactly.
Well, the thing is, Flareon became playable when Battle Compressor released. It allows you to discard 3 Pokemon from your deck. Otherwise, there were some people playing it as a meta call because you were able to knock out Genesect and Version back these days. But now with Battle Compressor, you are able to knock out pretty much every Pokemon EX because you are able to discard all your Pokemon so fast. And now with the Primal Clash set and Archie's Ace in the Hole, you have the option to put a Empoleon on your bench, which gives you even better options because it can draw 2 cards every turn.
Now if you're Niklas, what is your battle strategy for the second game to bounce back from that loss?
I guess I would do the same, just again, attacking with Seismitoad at the beginning, trying to knock out all the Eevees, the Flareons, and then when he doesn't have any options to knock out his Aegislash, attacking with Aegislash and win the game this way.
I remember, I think it was the third turn or maybe even the second where David found all his Eevees, giving him all the flexibility he needed. Even if he was able, Niklas, to Lysander out one of these Eevees, just another one would come up and evolve in whatever he needed.
Yeah, he had... Well, you could call it was a bit luck because he got the Glaceon and Flareon and Leafeon, and he got the energy cards he needed pretty much every time, while Niklas didn't draw any energy cards. But that's the games. You draw some cards, you need some cards.
It was a similar situation we saw with Carl just now.
Yes, very
in
similar.
An unbelievable turn of events. 2 times in a row he didn't draw anything and basically just had to concede that semi-final. Now let's see how Niklas bounces back, and hopefully he can keep his cool and believe that also this luck can turn around here in game number 2. Tell us a little bit about why Ditto has found its way into this deck from David.
Oh, Ditto is very cool because, well, there are a lot of Pokemon. You need to play a lot of Pokemon. pretty much everyone goes for 25, and then some people play 24 or 26. Ditto is just good because you can discard it with Battle Compressor, or when you start with it, you can just transform it into every Pokemon you need. Plus the fact, if Ditto is in play and you transform it, but Ditto is already sitting there one turn, you can evolve it the same turn. So, for example, you don't have any Eevee in play, you still can play down your Ditto to evolve turn 2 into your Flareon, even though you don't have an Eevee in the first turn.
Okay, so that means Ditto is transforming, not evolving into Eevee, and hence I can put that Flareon on there the same turn.
Yeah, and when you play trump card, for example, you have Ditto in play, and all your Eevees are on the discard pile, you can play Lysandre's trump card, search for Eevee and evolve it into Flareon the same turn.
So we see Niklas doing exactly what you, I don't want to say told him, but he's again looking for that Seismitoad to start the match early on. Yes, that Floatstone, so Seismitoad is already active. Now David just drew a Professor Sycamore, I think, which he needed very much.
Yes. He got a Silver Bangle, which is not really good for Niklas, because Leafeon will deal more damage, and if David has a bit luck, he can get Leafeon this turn, because the ability of Eevee ignores the fact that Eevee is put in play this turn. So for example, if he gets Eevee and transform Ditto into Eevee, he can attach an energy card and evolve in the first turn.
Oh, and Niklas already retreated that Bronzor to make room for Seismitoad. It could bite him now if David is able to draw the perfect cards here. He's taking his time to determine which cards he's discarding.
A lot of time. And, well, he is thinking a lot.
As he's preparing a Lysander, maybe?
Yeah, he discarded his Lysander because, well, like I said, when you play only one Lysander, the chances are higher if you discard the one, because you can get your VS Seeker.
There's the Eevee.
And the Grass
Oh,
Energy card.
unbelievable. Here we go.
Yeah.
Wow.
So maybe he wants to go for the Flareon, but let's see what he gets with Acrobike.
First seeing all his options, another Battle Compressor. Now he can do whatever he would like.
Yeah, but it looks like he doesn't have a supporter in his hand. So he will have to play the Battle Compressor, because with Battle Compressor in a evolution stack, you only discard Pokemon. For example, Audino's abilities you can heal 10 damage and remove a special condition. Niklas' deck doesn't have any cards that give you a special condition, so you discard all of your Audino's. And the thing is, you don't discard supporter cards. So if you play Battle Compressor, the chances are higher to get a supporter the next turn than if you didn't play the Battle Compressor.
Another Battle Compressor. He's seen enough Battle Compressors for now. Discarding all those Pokemon together with the Battle Compressor. And Niklas maybe now knows what's coming. Yeah,
he is going for the Leafeon. Very lucky there that he got the Eevee and the energy card. And he has a Deoxys on his hand as well.
So that's 120 damage if I calculate correctly already. 100? Oh, he didn't opt to play out that Deoxys. He doesn't need it this turn. The only risk is now that if Niklas ends...
But I think there is no possibility for Niklas to knock out the Leafeon this turn.
Here's that Jirachi for a Professor Juniper. Not really going the way Niklas needs it to go. He is opting for that Quaking Punch either way. Good thing is he has a Bronzong now and already Metal Energy discarded, so you might want to power up his Aegislash.
Yeah, now he hopes that David has a bad hand, so he can just knock out the Leafeon next turn and win the game this way.
We know that he will be able to play out that Deoxys, so he won't win it. But no, there's no supporter.
Yeah, so this is very good for him.
Deoxys is coming out with energy to be able to retreat as soon as possible. 2 more cards from the
And
price,
still
but
no
still
supporter card.
supporter. Oh, he's in dire street now. Niklas can come back very soon now.
And he plays
Oh,
Jesus.
what a timing that
now
is.
Now he knows David's hand. He gets 2 hand cards. One thing I hate about Jesus is if your opponent top decks a supporter, you know he did.
Exactly, because you had to shuffle,
Yes.
right? And you feel like guilty that you're the one doing it. But now he's attaching that metal energy thanks to Bronzong's ability. And another one coming up, so you can recycle both of them, which got just discarded from that Seismitoad knockout. He's not content with that. He's going for the Ultra, but what does he have?
It looks like he doesn't have a supporter card in his hand too.
Yeah, I think it's a golden switch and a double colorless he has left in his hand.
Yeah, so maybe he might go... Well, I don't know what he is searching for, because Jirachi is already in play. Maybe he goes for a Bronzor or a Dialga, because the Dialga is able to one-hit knock out Deoxys EX. It needs a double colorless energy card and 2 metal energies, and with a muscle band it deals 170 damage.
All of a sudden Niklas is coming back into this game.
Yeah, now the Edgy Slash has enough energy cards to attack.
Attaching another one.
Yeah, I guess he just charts it up to maybe knock out the Deoxys with 1 hit next turn.
Oh, this is going to be a very important card for David. What's it going to be? Oh,
it's an Ultra Ball. Sweet Jesus. And now he can search his deck for Jirachi and get a supporter card.
Is there already. He knows exactly what he's looking for.
Yes.
There's that Jirachi, and he can take that Sycamore already. Do you want to? No, I don't think he's going to use that energy. There's no point.
And he's thinking a lot again, because he doesn't want to discard his grass energy card, because he needs the basic energies to attack.
Yeah, he's counting it. There's one more. I think that's it. I just saw
yeah,
one.
there's 1 grass and 1 water energy card in his deck.
Yeah.
There's already 1
but there's
grass
no
in the
EV to
discard
attach
pile.
it to, so he's out of options, and N is maybe not enough to get him out of the situation, so he realizes he has to play it.
Yeah, especially when he plays N, he only gets 4 cards.
Okay, there are 2 Acro Bikes, another Ultra Ball, which could
and
get him an EV.
And a Ditto. So he
Silver
has...
Bangle also, always helpful.
But he discards it because he wants the VS Seeker. He gets another Acro Bike.
Oh, running through his deck. Here's
and
already
now
that
here's
EV.
an EV.
Well, he's thinking I have an Ultra Ball as
no
well.
basic energy cards in his hand.
And I don't think he has any cards to get it with. Not this turn, though.
Yeah, the good thing is that David has EV and Ditto. So if Niklas plays Last Thunder for EV, David can still transform and evolve. But since the EV now got a special energy card, Niklas might go for the Ditto if he has the Last Thunder, which he doesn't have yet.
Now Niklas,
he got a metal energy card from top, and
there's a Bronzor
maybe
as
he
well.
got something good from the prize cards.
If you have a Bronzor in your hand, you play it at this point?
I'm not sure, because he still has the Dialga on his hand.
And he opts to attack with
Yes.
120. Now David needs to get those basic energy cards ASAP. Oh, there's one.
There was a grass energy card.
Now, he could use that Ultra Ball, get an EV, put it on either Ditto or just on his bench.
Yeah, he could knock out Niklas Jirachi. David saw that Niklas didn't play a supporter card. So just knocking out his Jirachi and then get 2 easy prize cards, like a 2-hit with Leafeon, or just knocking out 2 Bronzongs, could just win him the game.
There's this Eevee, I think it's the last one there.
Yeah, or he's going for Leafeon.
5 energy cards in play on Niklas' side, so without any attachments, that Leafeon will deal 100 damage with just 1 energy. Here we go. He needs those basic energy cards back into his deck. Deoxys? Well, still undecided. But will retreat now. Eevee becoming active, getting that energy very soon. I think he's going for that Leafeon. Otherwise, he would just put Eevee active to become a way to get one more turn. I don't think he's going to do that.
Did he play VS Seeker?
Yes, he did for that Lysander's trump card, and here we go, that's Leafeon. For 100 damage.
110 actually.
This is the Deoxys.
Yeah, Niklas can knock out the Leafeon, but well, it's still very tough because even though David has no Pokemon in his discard pile, Flareon still deals 20 damage. With a Silver Bangle it's 50, and with weakness it's 100 damage. This is enough for knocking out the Jirachi EX. So if he knocks out Aegislash, he just needs the Lysander and Flareon, Silver Bangle to win the game. It is not too hard to get these cards.
Oh, he's retreating it.
Oh, this is very interesting.
That's a costly retreat right there.
Well, the thing is, if he attacks with the second Aegislash, David won't be able to draw another prize card with his
and a switch. Nice play. Knocking out that Leafeon with a whole new Aegislash. And David's hand didn't seem too good, did it?
Well, Niklas still doesn't have a supporter card. This is a huge problem. But I think David doesn't have one either.
There is at least a Grass Energy which could give him access to another Leafeon. But then there's no way to get rid of that Ditto. Yeah, he realized that. Oh, I didn't see that. I think he top tagged it.
Yeah, now he needs Eevee and Leafeon. But he doesn't have an Eevee yet.
He has Acrobite going for him.
And he puts the Flareon into his hand.
Taking his time here, he has 2 Flareons in his hand, another grass type basic energy card.
Yeah, the thing is, he was very, very, very greedy because he needs 2 cards. He needs Eevee and Leafeon, and he only gets 7 cards. So now he kinda wasted his grass energy card.
Now Niklas still not getting any good cards. It looks like. Just checking his discard pile for another metal energy, and yeah, not much more going on. I think he has to attack. Yeah, and he does.
But yeah, the active Aegislash is safe now for a while.
And another Sycamore.
Is there a Lysander in his hand? It looks like.
Looked like a Lysander. It's very dark on the left side there.
Nevertheless, he has the option because he has a Jirachi on his hand.
And he's going to play it as that second Jirachi. Could these Jirachi become possible targets for Niklas to Lysander out?
Yeah, not anymore. There were already 2 dead Pokemon EX on David's bench. Deoxys and Jirachi. And Niklas only has 3 prize cards left, so it doesn't really make a difference if he plays a second Jirachi.
Now, as you predicted, here's that Flareon and that Silver Bangle to make a clean knockout on Jirachi X from Niklas.
The good thing is David doesn't have Ditto or Eevee in play. So if Niklas, he has enough energy cards to knock out the Flareon. So he only has to attack. And then, yeah, David needs to have a lot of luck to come back. And Niklas, what did he get from top? A VS Seeker, but now it's too late because there are no supporter in his discard pile.
Well, there was an Ultra Ball, so he might... Oh, that Jirachi was just discarded. Oh dear. What is he going to do? Seismitoad. Well, Seismitoad, if he had a double colorless...
If he has a double colorless energy card and Muscle Band in his hand, Seismitoad is the card to go for. And he does have...
Wow! Talk about not drawing the cards he needed. These are exactly the cards he needed right now. He doesn't even need a supporter for that. Flareon goes down, and both players are
now
down to 2 prices.
The thing is, this was a bit risky. He lowered the chances of David from getting a Leafeon, but David still has a chance. He just needs Eevee, Grass Energy card, and then he wins the game. Because Niklas has so many energy cards in play.
And here we go.
He has
is it Eevee?
Eevee.
Is it going to be the last card? No, no energy card.
The Grass Energy card.
Wow. And now all Niklas needs is access to a Lysandre, some way to get rid of that Seismitoad, though that's going to be tough. Here's that retreat, and Audino's just there to take a hit.
Or maybe he might even attack with it. Oh, he didn't. He has a Lysandre.
Lysandre, but no, he has to retreat it.
No, the Deoxys already had 120
he's
damage.
Choosing that. He's choosing that
So
Deoxys. Very well done.
That was close.
And that was exhausting even for us here.
Yes. Well, David was very greedy in this game. And, well, it didn't work out at the end of the game. And now it's 1-1, and the last game is starting. We just want to remind you, this is a very special match for us, because David was German National Championship in the Masters Division 1 time. So if he wins, we have the first 2-time National Champion in the Masters Division. And Niklas was the European Champion this season. So if he wins, this is the first time we have a European Champion and a National Champion in the same season.
And for you guys in the United States, watch out, because if Niklas is taking down both prizes, he's going for the triple. He is going to try and go for the world title as well. And I think he is poised to do exactly that, because he has all the self-esteem he needs after winning the major events here in Europe.
Yeah, if he wins today, he got 1,000 championship points just from 2 events.
And that will be enough to get the flight to Boston, fly his whole crew over there, cheer him on, and try and take down that prestigious title of becoming a world champion. But one step after the other. This is just a draw. He has not won it yet. There's David, who would love to go to Boston as well. He needs this win
to
get there, while Niklas already has the invite and the ticket to go there. So there's so much on the line in this last game.
Yes, it is. So we see David starting the game because he lost. So starting is better than going second in this matchup. And he plays Acrobike, getting an Eevee, and he has an Ultra Ball in his hand and Jirachi, so he has a supporter card. But it doesn't look like he is able to get turn 1 Empoleon.
Playing that Eevee, does he opt to evolve it? I think not. He just attaches that basic energy card to it and is not looking for that Leafeon. Instead, he's playing an Ultra Ball. Looking through his deck here, taking his time. We've seen that before. He's looking for all his key cards, counting the amount of basic energy he has in there. I counted, I think there were 2 more grass energy cards in his deck. Checking his hand. That's absolutely legit. He's not stalling whatsoever. There's no point in stalling anyway. At this point, it's 1-1. Both players have equal chances to become German's national champion.
Yeah, I saw a few people asking in the chat who these people are in German forums. And I know that David S. is not really known for being called Yoshi, but his name is often Yoshi minus or Yoshi dot or something like that. And Niklas is called Springbob.
Okay, well,
good to know. And we saw a very, very huge turn from David.
Well, it's the country of opportunities, I guess. So whatever works for you, that also counts for your nicknames. So if that's how you become a European champion, you guys should take note. There's an AEG slash. There's another switch in there. Metal energy. What else does Niklas have to help him here? Colress. That's not gonna. Well, yeah, he's opting to go with the Colress. Good for him that David has put so many Pokemon onto the bench, because otherwise he would have had no option to get more cards here.
Yeah, the problem is you see Flareon on David's hand. So if he is able to charge the Flareon to evolve the Eevee with a Grass Energy card, he just can one-hit knock out the Edgy Slash on Niklas' bench.
5 very important cards. Well, I wasn't able to see what he got there. It's an Ultra Ball, Muscle Band. No, he's considering it. A Dialga. He's opting to go with that Ultra Ball. What's he going? Does he have a supporter card though? What's
I think
that?
it's a VS Seeker, but I'm not quite sure.
Because otherwise the Ultra Ball should... Yeah, it is. Because otherwise that Ultra Ball should maybe be reserved for another Jirachi next turn. But he's going for it. What's he going to go for?
I guess for another Bronzor, just to have it.
David's looking good so far. Niklas not able to pick up the necessary speed here. Not yet. And it is a Bronzor. And I think he already ended his turn.
Yeah, there was nothing he can do now. And David got a Glacian. So in theory, he could knock out the Edgy Slash this turn, only if he has a lot of cards, but it doesn't look like he does.
He has a lot of options. There's that Flareon. Yeah.
he is thinking it, because if he evolves the Eevee with the Grass Energy card, he might be able to knock out HE Slash, but also Niklas might be able to Lysander it, and then David doesn't have an option to knock out the HE Slash.
Oh, here's the aggressive approach. He's going for it.
Yes. He can't retreat this turn.
Yep, there is that basic energy cards he needed. Another Eevee.
Oh, he could attack with Leafeon now.
There's so many options. Amazing. He can just evolve. No, not evolve. Transform that Ditto now. But first of all, let's go for a Battle Compressor. Niklas being put into a tough spot here. David applying some pressure already. Very quick to decide on which cards he wants to discard with that Battle Compressor here.
Yeah, finally he does not take that much time.
But still walking through his deck.
Yeah, now he discards the Lysander to have it with VS Seeker.
Now Niklas knows what's coming. He knows he better get started.
Oh, and he attached the Grass Energy card to his Flareon.
That means he's not going to attack this round.
Nope.
But is he going to evolve? No, transform that Ditto. He's considering it. but he's not passing over to Niklas. He always has access to that Chorus, and he's going to it right now. Yeah, 6 cards.
Well, that's very hard for Niklas, because if he attacks with Aegislash, it will get knocked out immediately. And, well, he might go for a Seismitoad, but he would need Seismitoad, double colors, energy card, Floatstone or Switch. But let's see what he gets with a Chorus for 6.
And we know the Leafeon is just around the corner for David. He has all the cards he needs.
Even though Niklas attacks with Seismitoad, David just can use his Leafeon.
We haven't seen his hand yet. There's a Jirachi, Bronzor, Metal
The problem
Energy.
is, Niklas knows that David has most likely a Lysander, so charging his Aegislash is a huge risk.
Yep. He's evolving one of them. Is he going for the tackle? Might sound awkward, but he might go for it, and he does. That's a tackle attack, ladies and gentlemen. 10 damage onto that Ditto.
Yeah, pretty worthless 10 damage, but he attached the energy active in the first place to retreat it next turn.
And even if it gets discarded, we know that Bronzong is making good use of it.
Yes. So the thing is, the only way to knock out this Bronzong, or Bronzor, is to play Leafeon and Deoxys, or to use Flareon, but he would need Flareon and the double color Sentry card, and an Eevee. Yes, so the chances aren't that high. Now they are thinking, and Niklas is checking David's discard pile. And David got all of it. He got energy card, Deoxys, and everything.
Well,
to knock
that's
out the this basic thing.
The Bronzor has hit the discard pile now, and Niklas will have to make a decision here. It's not an easy one. Yeah, it's another Bronzor. He's in a tough spot. Yeah, he doesn't like what he sees. He has that Jirachi, but still there is a Lysander sitting in the discard pile from David, and I think he has easy access to it. Yeah, Aegislash is probably going to attack this turn. Oh well.
Well, the thing is, if he attacks with Aegislash, it will get knocked out, so he needs a Lysander, and he has to attack with Aegislash. But the thing is, he doesn't have enough energy cards.
So no Lysander this turn.
The problem is there is still a VS Seeker on David's hand. So he will just knock out the Aegislash next turn.
Yes,
but well, Niklas got a switch.
And here goes the Chorus, I guess. He has another Dialga. Does he want to put it? Yeah, he's going to.
He just put the Dialga in play because he wants 1 card more.
9 cards that is.
And he got a Seismitoad to revenge knock out the Aegislash later in the game.
The Flareon?
Oh, I have the Flareon, of course.
If David is putting out an Aegislash, I call the judge. Here we go. That Leafeon is hitting the discard pile. That's the first prize card for Niklas. And Flareon, as we expected, is making an appearance here. Another Deoxys in David's hand. Now he even doesn't need the Lysander. Looking for it though. Maybe counting the amount of Pokemon.
Yeah, or he wants to go for Professor Sycamore. Or maybe he might be able to put a Empoleon on the bench, which I guess would be the end of this game. Ah, so he gets one egg in his hand, plays computer search.
Oh yeah, it looks like
so it looks like he might be able to get it.
And there's a water energy in his deck. Where's that Arceus Ace in the Hole though? Or does he have it in his hand already?
Well, he has a VS Seeker in his hand, but it looks like he wasn't even going for the Empoleon, because otherwise he would just discard the one card in his hand, which is not VS Seeker, instead of going for Execute. And yeah, just got a Battle Compressor with Computer Search to discard Archie.
Water energy going to Eevee. VS Seeker.
And for some reason he goes for Sycamore. Maybe his Archie is in the prize cards.
Yeah, otherwise the computer search for that water energy would probably not make much sense.
Yeah, and he doesn't play the supporter, he just...
That's interesting. There was an Empoleon, I think he drew from his hand.
He goes from the prize cards now. Well, he was fearing that Nicholas plays Jeetsis. And of course he fears that Nicholas is just attacking with Quaking Punch. So this is the reason why he played the VS Seeker this turn.
Here's Keldeo. Now, will he play a Cobras to get access?
An N would be very nice, but Nicholas's only supporter is this Chorus.
And he needs 2 perfect cards here with the double colorless and also the muscle band to revenge kill that Flareon.
Yeah, instead of the double colorless energy card, actually he could draw a Floatstone or a Switch.
You're
and
right.
he could just use a Russian, 2 Bronze Songs ability and retreat or use the Switch. But the muscle band is very important though.
Let's see. 9 cards.
Yeah, otherwise he has the option to just attach 3 energy cards to his Keldeo to knock out the Flareon. I guess doesn't make too much sense.
Double colorless, but I don't see a muscle band there.
Yeah, I would just check David's discard pile.
Ah, here we go.
And it looks like he's going for the Dialga.
Oh, wow, yes. You could always go for the second attack now if he has a Floatstone or a Switch. He does have that Switch. He will have to discard a Metal Energy at the same time. But he's knocking out the Flareon. Now David is checking his options while Niklas has a rather big hand here. Silver Bangle going to that Ditto, probably looking to become an Eevee rather soon. Professor Sycamore. So he's discarding a leaf, and there's that Eevee already. Also a basic grass energy card. I'm sorry, of course, the guy had to discard 2 metal energy cards. There's that Eevee we just talked about.
Yeah, the problem is that now David just needs DCE and a Flareon, or just another basic energy card and Flareon, but of course he wants to save his basic energy cards to knock out an AG Slash.
There's one Flareon left, and we also see the double colorless energy.
But there is no leaf in, I guess. So maybe the Seismitoad will become the most important card in this matchup.
Yeah, he just had to discard it with that Professor Sycamore, so it's hit the discard pile already. Ultra Ball. Oh, here, there's the Arceus Ace in the Hole, I think, underneath that Execute.
What is he still playing the Battle Compressor? Okay, now he shuffled his deck.
He shuffled his deck, exactly. Discarded Ultra Ball. Here is that Flareon.
Oh, and now he will have a huge problem if Niklas is able to attack with Quaking Punch.
Niklas is considering it. He would need that Floatstone now. In that case, it wouldn't matter what Pokemon he's playing active, and he could use Metal Energy from those Bronze Songs. Yeah, Jirachi would only have one. Yeah, he thinks that Jirachi is easiest to retreat here. He has a lot of cards in his hand, so there have to be some options.
Yeah, he puts Jirachi active because he just needs to attach a Metal Energy card to the active Jirachi to retreat it. So he doesn't really need the float stone, so an energy card would do the same thing.
There's a Lysander, not important right now. Oh, look at this. All those cards hitting the discard pile. He's
very interesting that he didn't attach the Metal Energy card on his hand. I guess because he still needs the Muscle Band. And if he doesn't have it, he just needs an energy card to attack with Keldeo EX.
Oh, I didn't see any energy card in this hand. There's a double colorless.
Doesn't look too good for him.
There's a double colorless in his hand, though. But then again, he will have to retreat Jirachi. Now, well, we could go with that Keldeo. Very important turn right now. Oh yeah,
and
Keldeo it is.
Like I thought, this is the only... Oh no.
He has another double colorless, yep.
Yeah, the thing is now he has 4 energy cards in play.
And we see a Leafeon in his hand.
If David gets the energy card, I guess.
He needs an energy card right now. But does he have the draw engine to get it? Oh, there's an Acrobike.
He has Acrobike and
so important right now. Oh, it's an N and a Silver Banger. He has to take that N.
He has a Sycamore in his hand.
Oh, he has a Sycamore, but how does he have enough cards in his deck?
Well, he only has 1 prize card left, so if he gets the energy now, he just wins.
Oh dear. 7 cards, there's 1 card left, that's a Sycamore. He opens it up. Oh no, he shouldn't do that. He shouldn't do that, but yeah, he wins it anyway. Yeah, David Sturm is
David
the
Sturm
new...
is the second, is the first person with 2 German national championship titles in the Masters division.
Congratulations, David Sturm, as you hear the crowd cheering him on. Very well played indeed. He always had an answer to whatever Niklas did, even in very, very precarious situations. Very nice deck there by David. He made it to the finals and defeating the reigning European champion in Niklas. So both David and Niklas will go over to Boston. That's the bad news for our American colleagues. We have now 2 very strong competitors battling it out at the Worlds in Boston. So you better watch out.
Yeah, very well done by David and very well done by Niklas as well. He made it to the finals and I think he's the one with the most championship points in the whole world at the moment, with about 1,250 or something like that.
So what's the exchange rate between those points and the euro? What can he buy for that?
Actually, he can't buy anything for it, but...
He can buy that flight ticket, though. That has to be worth something.
Well, he gets the flight ticket if he has a lot of CP. But he just needs to have so much CP to get the top 22 spot. And yeah, if you have 1,000 CP, you have it.
So for the trading card game, once the Masters division has finished playing now, with David becoming the new German national champion, again, congratulations. This is how we wrap up the day for the trading card game, though.
Yes.
But we have one more match for you coming up right now, and that is the VGC Masters final. We are just getting ready. You know that we plan to start with this final match, best of 3 at 4:45. However, I have some good news for you. We will be starting a bit earlier than this. That's the good news. I know you're stoked already. The chat is full with VGC already. You can't stand having the TCG stay on for much time. We know that. But the VGC is coming on very soon, and you will find out who is joining David Sturm in becoming the Pokémon National Champion 2015 and here in the VGC Finals Masters Division.
Yeah, enjoy the finals from video game.
We will go on a short break and we will be right back with the VGC finals. So thank you for listening to the trading card game and have fun with the VGC finals. See you later.
Herzlich willkommen, Pokémon Volunteers für die Nationals 2015.
Das T-Shirt drunter sieht man gar nicht.
Also ich arbeite für den Livestream und ich finde es wahnsinnig klasse, dass man ganz viele Leute in der Welt damit erreichen kann, was hier heute passiert.
Ist lustig hier, ja, muss ich sagen.
Heute gab's und gibt es auch die nächsten Tage schöne Wraps. Selbst gemacht, wie du siehst, kannst ja mal gucken. Mit selbstgemachter Soße, das ist eine Soße mit so Frischkäse und Borchester und Zwiebeln. So, dann kommt Rucola drauf. Also eigentlich so eine Salatmischung. So.
Und das Rezept hast du das von dir selbst oder wo hast du es her?
Das verrät man doch nicht. Nein, okay, chefkoch.de.
Eine
Aber
häufige Inspirationsquelle
genau.
für Hobby.
Aber ich habe vorher geguckt, dass auch alle geschrieben haben, es war lecker.
Ja, das kann ich auch bestätigen. Ich fand ihn auch sehr lecker.
Ja, der ist auf jeden Fall richtig gut. So, und dann wird er nur noch zusammengerollt. Und fertig ist der Wrap.
Yay!
Hi, also heute ist mein erster Tag hier auf den Nationals, mein zweiter Tag auf den Nationals, mein erstes Mal bei den Nationals und ich bin wirklich aufgeregt, weil es richtig Spaß macht zu kommentieren. Ich freue mich jetzt, die Finalrunden zu kommentieren. Ich denke, Amigo und wir machen alle einen super Job, jeder gibt sich viel Mühe.
It's been a long
Herzlich willkommen, Pokémon Volunteers für die Nationals 2015.
Das T-Shirt drunter sieht man gar nicht.
Also ich arbeite für den Livestream und ich finde es wahnsinnig klasse, dass man ganz viele Leute in der Welt damit erreichen kann, was hier heute passiert.
Ist lustig hier, ja, muss ich sagen.
Heute gab's und gibt's auch die nächsten Tage schöne Wraps. Selbst gemacht, wie du siehst, kannst ja mal gucken. Mit selbstgemachter Soße, das ist eine Soße mit so Frischkäse und Borchester und Zwiebeln. So, dann kommt Rucola drauf. Also eigentlich so eine Salatmischung. So.
Und das Rezept hast du das von dir selbst oder wo hast du es her?
Das verrät man doch nicht. Nein, okay, Chefkoch.de.
Eine
Aber-
häufige Inspirationsquelle
Genau.
für Hobby.
Aber ich habe vorher geguckt, dass auch alle geschrieben haben, es war lecker.
Ja, das kann ich auch bestätigen. Ich fand ihn auch sehr lecker.
Ja, der ist auf jeden Fall richtig gut. So, und dann wird er nur noch zusammengerollt. Und fertig ist der Wrap.
Yay!
Hi, also heute ist mein erster Tag hier auf den Nationals, mein zweiter Tag auf den Nationals, mein erstes Mal bei den Nationals und ich bin wirklich aufgeregt, weil es richtig Spaß macht zu kommentieren. Ich freue mich jetzt, die Finalrunden zu kommentieren. Ich denke, Amigo und wir machen alle einen super Job, jeder gibt sich viel Mühe.
It's been a long
Bin ich gemutet? Jetzt.
Ich bin gemutet.
Test, 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 Test.
So. Also, ich will
Hello everybody again on the VGC Twitch channel. Alongside me now I have a really cool player and a really big friend of mine. It's Nemanja Sandic. He top cutted last year's national, ending into a top 4 place, topping it at Worlds with a 10th place, I think, ending top 16. And yesterday he went to the top cut again and ended up going to top 16. Hello, Nemanja.
Hello, Sebi. Nice to be here.
I'm really appreciating it. Nemanja is pretty well known to the community as Porengan or even TV Rocker. And we are going to see the VGC finals. We are going to see who is going to be the national champion of Germany and Austria, and it's really cool to see who is going to represent us at World Championships in Boston this year. We are going to have a new face over there because none of those 2 players ever have been to Worlds or ever have really did well at nationals. First year for both. We are seeing Marcus Stefan, also known as Blackleg to the internet fans, and Tobias Koschitsky, who is not well known yet, but definitely will be after this great appearance. In a few seconds, we are going to get into team preview, but I'm telling the teams we are going to see almost the same match we already have seen in the semi-final, because Marcus is going to use a similar core consisting of a Venusaur, a Scrafty, a Landorus T, a Rotom Wash, a Heatran, and a Charizard. So we got 2 potential Mega Pokemon on Marcus' side. And we are going to see Toby's team here. Maybe Nemanja wants to tell us what the 6 Pokemon are.
Yeah, and the 6 Pokemon are Metagross, Hydreigon, Terrakion, Sandros, Landorus, and Jellicent.
So we have seen this matchup last round. What are you going to think? Who got the upper hand this time? Last time Tobias played really well against Luca. Luca wasn't able to touch that Metagross that well, though he had a Landorus T, a Heatran, a Scrafty, and a Rotom Wash to touch it. And now Marcus got a Charizard to touch it as well. You told me something about the Megas in these teams. Want to tell our viewers and hearers what you're thinking about the Megas in these teams?
Yeah, Marcus had the decision between 2 Megas, Venusaur and Charizard. The Charizard has advantage against his Metagross of Tobias, and Venusaur has a disadvantage against Metagross.
Oh, look at this, Nemanja.
Oh,
here we see.
That's right.
We got the leads. We got the Scrafty and Charizard on Marcus' side, and the Thundurus and Terrakion on Tobias' side. So Marcus decided to go the offensive route of the team with the Mega Charizard instead of the passive route with Mega Venusaur. So we already know, I can tell it now, this Charizard got Tailwind, so maybe he tries to fake out in Tailwind, but instead he's going for a switch.
And now we have the double Intimidate on Terrakion. That's not good for it because the damage output isn't the big now, but still Sandros isn't big impressed about the Intimidate. And we get the close combat into Scrafty. Like we see, not that much damage. What do you think?
Oh, that's pretty cool. Marcus is going to shuffle around this Intimidate, trying to lower down the damage, and this one is huge because, as you could see, the close combat isn't even one-shotting the Scrafty. Now Landorus is in a pretty good position. It can either Rock Slide to kill the to feint the Thundurus, or to go for an Earthquake to feint the Terrakion. But that's a hard decision because you don't want to lock yourself into a move that can't touch one Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. What are you thinking about the next turn, Nemanja?
Well, the first one was a pretty fast-paced game, if you ask me. Marcus had the decision to kill one of the Pokemon. He can defeat the Terrakion, or he can defeat the Voltoross. But the Sandros switched out for another Landorus, and now the Intimidate's again on Marcus' side. And Scrafty is switching out too. Now we can see how it's moving.
It's a pretty fast game. They do not think a lot. Pretty unusual for a final. Normally you take the whole time to think about the turn. They are really used to their teams. They are really used to the matchup, it seems. They are shuffling Intimidates a lot to just to decrease the damage output of the opponent Pokemon. And we gotta see, I didn't pay attention, but it was a U-turn. Yeah, it was a U-turn out into the Scrafty again to even shuffle more Intimidates onto the Terrakion. It's now at -3. attack on the Landorus is down at, I haven't seen, was it down at
-1, I guess.
-1, yeah.
Yeah.
So the Heatran is still in fear of a close combat. If you knew it or not, if a Pokemon is landing a critical hit, the critical hit will ignore stat drops. So once you land a critical hit, it's even more powerful than a normal attack would have been without drops.
Yeah, that's true. That now we can see if Tobias is going to take the risk of a critical hit to attack Heatran, or is he going to attack Scrafty and get one of the Intimidators off? No, we can see the switch out of Terrakion and getting the Thunderous back in. Yeah, and here we see the fake out on Thunderous, yeah.
Landorus.
Landorus, thanks.
No problem, you're welcome. And we see some free damage in the heat wave because there was a switch and a nice burn. Tobias Thunderous got burned and is now going to faint pretty soon. Oh, and we got the Pikachu. Hello, Pikachu. Pikachu is coming at us. Well, Pikachu, we are playing the finals right now. I know you're as hyped as we are. So now we got both genies on the side of Tobias, and we got Scrafty plus Heatran on the side of Marcus. Heatran is going to do a lot of damage with that heat wave, but it's also fearing the potential earthquake coming from the Landorus. Let's see. Marcus just scouts in which move Tobias wants to lock in. And he's going for the rock slide.
Yeah, is it enough to defeat the Scrafty? I don't think so.
No.
But he have also Thunderous to clean it up. And yeah, he's going for
He doubles up into that Scrafty. That was a good play to take out that Scrafty. One Intimidate Shuffler is gone already. Playing with those teams is all about positioning. You have to position yourself good on the board. Watch out to not let one of your Intimidate Shufflers faint. Nobody uses a Bisharp or a Milotic in this final, which would be crucial because of their abilities, Defiant and Competitive, which raises the S attack stat and attack stat respectively. And now here comes back in the Landorus Therian, threatening now the opposing Hydreigon with a potentially superpower U-turn. Heatran is kind of free to heat wave, but has to be careful because Hydreigons love to be played with that earth power.
Ooh, yeah.
Let me have a look at Tobias' team sheets.
Here, Tobias, here we have the earth power on
We have
Hydreigon.
the earth power from the Hydreigon packed up by a Choice Bags, which powers up the special attack, and we got leftovers on the Heatran, so no Sugar Berry, and it's probably open for that earth power. Let's have a look what it's going to do, and we see the U-turn from Landorus, and there is the choice if the Hydreigon either Draco Meteors the Landorus slot or locks itself into that earth power to make that Heatran faint, which is wide open right now.
I don't think the Heatran can stand the earth power by Choice Bags Hydreigon. But here comes the Dark Pulse and Charizard without the Mega Evolution that deals so much damage. But the Heat Waves should take not the knockout on
Landorus. Here we go. And Marcus puts itself into a really good position. That Hydreigon is locked into Dark Pulse, which Heatran can shake off several times. Just to be careful about the flinches. We've seen a lot of flinches on the screen already. And here we see the Terrakion again entering the field. Well, Terrakion is kind of scary for Marcus, isn't it? If it goes for Rock Slide, it can potentially take out the Charizard and deal some nice chip damage onto that Heatran and potentially flinch it, doubled up with the flinch maybe from a Dark Pulse from that Hydreigon into that Heatran. It's 50-50 if that Heatran is going to attack.
I think so he's going to attack because Terrakion can even close it up with a... Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say he can close it up the game with a close combat and the Dark Pulse on the Charizard. But I think he's going... Oh, the Rock Slide. That was quite a good play.
That was my route I expected, Nemanja.
That's the reason why you are the head judge, head commentator.
Don't worry, I like talking with you guys. I like talking with my commentaries as well. I always look out for cool players you want to see. And here we got the Landorus again, which has now to lock into a move, and that's pretty hard because it doesn't want to Earthquake. Maybe it locks itself into Superpower, which would be the optimal play. Who to take out? We got not a lot of potential attacks going on. That Heatran protected, so it wants to attack this turn. The Landorus is probably going to take out either Hydreigon or Terrakion with that Superpower, and this should seal the deal for Marcus.
Yeah, I think so. Because he has now, he can't really, Terrakion can't really beat the Landorus, even with Stone Edge as Rock Slide. But did you see Tobias don't crit and the flinch? Well,
that could put Tobias back. With a look at his team sheet, that Terrakion is wearing a Focus Sash, so it is able to stand that Superpower easily after the -1 drop from that attack stat. So we are going to see probably another Rock Slide coming off, trying to flinch that Heatran and fishing for the KO on that Landorus, taking out Heatran later on. Let's have a look if that Heatran is actually going to flinch or not. Let's have a look.
No.
Oh, and it didn't flinch. That's it. Game 1 won by Marcus. Another way to go. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was a really cool play, a really good match.
Wow. Well, did you see that Tobias didn't bring his Mega Pokemon? Pretty brave decision, if you ask me.
Tobias thought maybe that Metagross has not a good matchup against Charizard, against Landorus, against Scrafty, against Rotom-Wash.
Yeah.
A lot of potential threats to the Mega Metagross. I think it gets one-shot by the Charizard. Rotom-Wash can potentially Will-O-Wisp it or Thunderbolt it for big damage. Metagross can touch Heatran, and Heatran does big damage with Heat Wave. Metagross can't touch Scrafty for big damage because of that Intimidate, and is in fear of that strong knockoff. As you know, Marcus is playing a bit more offensive Scrafty with an Adamant nature and an Assault Vest. We have seen a pretty bulky Scrafty on the side from Luca, who was playing a bit defensive mode of the team, and Marcus is going an offensive route. So for the next match, we are hopping right back into the next team preview. Maybe we are going to see again the Sun mode. Maybe we are going to see Mega Metagross this time. What are you thinking?
Well, we have an old rule in the competitive Pokemon, and they say never change a winning team. So I guess you know it by the football, right?
Right, yeah. You're right.
And I think Marcus is going to play the same 4 Pokemon he was playing in the first match.
That is what I would do. And I've just seen we got over 700 viewers. Hello out there. We appreciate it very much. We love you. We really love you. And we see again that Scrafty Charizard lead, and again that Landorus Thunderous lead. If we were in juniors, we could imagine this is Discharge Earthquake. That's what I told my brother.
I always feared the Discharge Earthquake tactic.
What do you expect from this lead? Do you expect that Charizard staying in and potentially try to pull off that Tailwind, or is it too much in danger by a potential Thunderbolt and Rock Slide?
Well, Marcus is a pretty safe player. If you're going to take the Rock Slide, he stays in. If you're going to take the Rock Slide and the flinch chance just to bring the Tailwind, and the T-Bolt, if you don't fake out. This would be pretty risky for his decision. I don't think he will bring it.
So he fakes out the Landorus and eats the Thunder Wave for his Charizard, slowing it down massively. And let's see, he fires off that Sun-boosted Heat Wave, doing big amount of damage to both Pokemon, almost bringing down the Landorus. And Thunderous had to eat up its Citrus Berry to get some health back. But now Marcus is in a pretty bad spot. He has to switch out the Charizard if he wants to keep it anymore. That Scrafty is probably able to take out the Landorus with its strong knockoff, or going to attack into that Thunderous. What are you thinking? What happens now?
I think he will save his Landorus because of the Intimidate. Intimidate's a pretty big weapon for this game. And I bet my Whimsicott he was trained his Landorus that well to survive all heat waves from every Charizard or Heatran. And we now see the second Thunder Wave. This is pretty tough for Marcus because 2 times Thunder Wave and here the Rock Slide. Yeah, Rock Slide. This is, I don't know the percentage, but it's pretty low chance to attack by Marcus' side.
Let me just. It's about 30% to attack, I guess, because you got down to 50% and less than 30%, and that's pretty tough. Once every Pokemon is paralyzed and is eating Rock Slides, they are probably not going to attack anymore. Here we go. We see the Scrafty, the Intimidate Shuffle again, which is crucial for this team. And he's going for the Rock Slide again and probably Thunderbolting that Heatran slot.
And another T-Bolt in Heatrans, right? Oh, and he can attack.
And here we see the power of Rock Slide plus Thunder Wave.
Yeah, the always loved community Rock Slide and T-Waves. Only with Swagger.
I know you love that kind of teams.
Yeah, well, I like it because the chance are always on your side.
That's it. That's why maybe Tobias is coming that approach, trying to avoid attacks from Marcus' side as he lost the first game, and now is trying to get the chances on his side. And we got over 700 viewers watching the game with us. That's so amazing. And we see the switch to Hydreigon and the fake out from Scrafty into the Thunderous. And it gets a free Heat Wave off. That should probably knock out that Thunderous. And yes, it does. And going good chip damage on that Hydreigon. Marcus is coming back.
Yeah, and with a pretty great precision. Even with the paralyzed Heatran, he don't even fear the... well, he can fear the Dark Pulse by the Trickfallow, by the Hydreigon, I mean.
Hydreigon.
Yeah, Hydreigon. Because even the chance are on the side with the Paralyzers and the 20% flinch chance by the Dark Pulse.
Look at this, we got a Mega Metagross. He brought it this time, and Mega Metagross is also known for causing flinches with his Iron Head and Sand Headbutt. So Tobias is going that route, paralyzing a lot of mons, and try to attack with moves that are able to flinch. Dark Pulse is able to flinch. Sand Headbutt is able to flinch that Pokemon, but let's have a look if he's really trying to flinch both Pokemon.
Yeah,
Heatran wanted to protect.
That was protect, yeah. Now we see the Dark Pulse into Heatran, like we said. He survived, but he can bring up the substitute by Metagross. Let me see what Scrafty is doing. He's doing the Drain Punch against Hydreigon.
He stands really well. Wow. Hydreigon stands that super effective Drain Punch really, really well. And Tobias put up a substitute on his Metagross, bringing himself into a really good position because Marcus should try to double up into that Metagross, but Heatran is probably going to faint if it stays in due to that Dark Pulse, and Metagross is just free to attack that Scrafty with an Iron Head.
Yeah, this is a position no one player likes, to see an opponent's Metagross behind the substitute. And we see the KO on Heatran.
We see the knockout, and let's see if Scrafty is going to flinch. No, it actually triggers the knockoff into that Hydreigon slot. That was a good play. He predicted maybe there is a switch. Knockoff takes out that Hydreigon anyhow, and knockoff is a better move on the switch because it knocks your item off. That would have been crucial. And now we see the landers on both sides shuffling, intimidates on each other very well. That's a cool. Okay, we got a pretty good spot for Marcus for Tobias right now because of that substitute. Marcus still got a Pokemon in the back. It's the paralyzed Charizard, which is able to do really good damage. And that Landorus from Tobias is going to faint from the next hit it probably get.
If we don't see the flinch, yeah, like we do. And we see the Zen Headbutt into the Landorus. Now we can see how much much damage.
That's a big amount of damage. And Skrafty is going to take out the Landorus, and we see Tobias behind the substitute facing 3 Pokemons left on Marcus' side. So that's pretty hard to recover for him. And he really has to flinch like every Pokemon. He has to go into that Skrafty slot with an Iron Head, for example, because he just